AD 1385. English and French troops fight to the death. But this is not Flanders or Picardy. It's the heathered moorland of Portugal.
The country itself would have been different completely. It's a question of independence.
An important battlefield long thought lost. Now archaeology is helping rescue the past and bring new light to the epic events of the Battle of Aljabarrota. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
The 100 Years' War consumed other parts of medieval Europe, not just the battlefields of northern France. English and French armies continued the war in other theatres, supporting Allied regimes in their own domestic struggles.
A lot of people think that 100 Years' War is about England and France, especially in this country. What they don't realise is that it incorporates other parts of Europe, including Spain and Portugal. And a lot of the Portuguese armies were boisted by English troops who went over there as sort of mercenaries to fight on behalf of Portugal against the Spanish.
At Aljubarrota in Portugal, French knights fought here alongside troops from the Kingdom of Castile. Their opponents were King João I's army of Portugal and its English mercenary allies. It's hardly remembered in the story of the 100 Years' War, yet for the Portuguese, it's one of the most important events in the country's history.
Aljubarrota is very, very important in history because on one side you had the Portuguese nobles and the Spanish nobles. On the other side you had the English army and the Portuguese people. It was historically the end of an era, and it started the discoveries and the voyages after that.
The battle was a founding moment for Portugal. King João faced heavy odds against the much larger invading Castilian and French force. His army commander, Dom Nuno Alves Pereira, won a decisive but costly victory in the battle and cemented Portugal's ruling dynasty for centuries to come. João Goveiro Monteiro is one of Portugal's foremost medieval scholars.
We have Portuguese in both sides in the Battle of Aljabarrota, the eldest with the Castilian king and the younger sons and bastards with the Portuguese king. Portuguese independence was a consequence of the Battle of Aljabarrota because Portugal remained as an independent country and John I of Castile didn't manage to join the two crowns, the Portuguese crown and the Castilian crown.
Aljabarrota lies amid the rolling hills 75 miles north of Lisbon. For many years the site of the battle was relatively untouched, in a rural backwater. Over centuries, the ground hardly changed. Then in the mid-20th century came development. The landscape changed very quickly as building work commenced in the whole area. It seemed this important battlefield was lost forever. But over the past decade, there's been a resurgence in interest. The Battle of Aljabarrota Foundation was formed to promote interest and learning in the events of 1385. The centre was built on the site of an existing museum, and much of what remains of the surrounding battlefield was then protected, and where possible, building work halted. Portuguese researchers are now trying to find any traces which remain of the original ground on which the historical events took place. Archaeologist Maria Castro Atayad Amaral has conducted digs on the battlefield, one of the only archaeologists ever to do so. Now she's continuing her research, spurred on by the developments in this kind of work elsewhere in Europe. Tim Sutherland is one of Europe's leading battlefield archaeologists. His excavations at Towton Battlefield in northern England set the bar for investigating medieval conflict and mass graves.
I first heard about Aljubarrota a long time ago. I was doing some research for another battlefield and the name popped up and I thought it was an interesting story, and then of course it faded away. Then later I met Maria at a conference. We discussed her battlefield and how it related to the work we've been doing at Towton. So Maria invited me down there to see if there was anything we could do to help them undertake their research work, but particularly in terms of the battlefield archaeology and how they would like to progress and future work they would like to do.
Tim's in Portugal to help bring some of his experience to the study of Aljabarrota. One way of doing this is metal detecting. The technique is now well established for use as part of an archaeological survey, particularly battlefields, which cover a wide area and where the finds are very fragmentary. Simon Richardson is one of Britain's most experienced archaeological metal detectors. He and Tim have worked together for decades on battlefields and historic sites around the world.
I've been working with Simon for a long time now, possibly too long, I don't know. We could almost read each other's minds in terms of we knew which parts of the battlefield would probably be productive, how we'd like to work, and hopefully what we'd find. And of course, I trust Simon implicitly in terms of how he would work in that landscape. So all I do is we discuss it briefly, and then Simon goes off. And if anybody's going to find it, I think Simon would do. And that's the sort of confidence I have in his capabilities as a metal detectorist.
Before they head north, Maria takes Tim and Simon to see medieval artifacts found from around the same period as Aljabarrota. Lisbon's Military Museum houses an amazing medieval collection.
That's probably the right sort of period at the back.
Yeah, 100
But this is the one that's supposed to be possibly off the battlefield, although I don't know about the provenance of it.
Like a lance head, doesn't it?
Yeah. But as far as I know, there's nothing that's been proved to be off the battlefield. But we'll have to talk to Maria about that.
Yeah.
Finds from the Battle of Aljabarrota are extremely rare. Few, if any, can be definitely provenanced, so they can only be seen as a rough guide to the kind of artifacts that might still remain to be found. These spurs would have been worn by high-status knights. They're among the artifacts thought to have come from the battlefield.
So maybe this isn't a nobleman's spur and this is not.
Fragments like this you can actually recognise quite easily, and even the end. They're very distinctive.
Simon has detected finds as elaborate as these back in England.
The arrowheads I've found 350 and spurs 5.
One relic the museum holds would be a sensational find on any medieval battlefield.
This is really heavy spear point, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's significant that if that's from the battle, then obviously there are really good contexts in which iron is preserved, because for that to last several hundred years is really significant. And if we found anything like that on the battlefield, we'd be happy.
It will be the first time.
So that's what we're looking for.
We'll try our best.
But they'll be lucky to recover artifacts like these after so many years. The battle was fought in the height of the Iberian summer, when the soil was hard and dry, so items dropped won't have sunk into mud, where they might have been hidden from view. The victorious Portuguese army is known to have stayed on the field for 3 days and nights after the battle, so most things of value or practical use were probably collected immediately. The steep valley sides of the plateau of Aljabarrota made it an ideal defensive position, chosen by the commander of King João's Portuguese army, Nuno Alves Pereira. Pereira knew the invading Castilians and French were heading for Lisbon, and their route would take them via the main road up onto the Aljabarrota plateau. His plan was to block the enemy, where the road climbed the steep rise, and it would be impossible for them to attack him effectively. It worked, and the invaders were left with no alternative but to march all day in the burning sun to find another way onto the plateau. Anticipating this, Pereira turned his army about and moved into a second position, there to await the Castilians and French. The battle was fought on this part of the plateau. No one knows exactly where. The modern development has changed the terrain surface. What is known is the position of Pereira's command post. Just 9 years after the battle, a chapel was built on the small knoll where he set his standard. The tiny hamlet that grew around it was named, like the chapel, for the chosen saint of Portuguese as well as English soldiers.
Ah, St. George. The patron saint of England is St. George, so we're really used to the St. George's flag. And obviously he was a military saint as well. He's always seen as a knight in England especially.
It was near the St. George Chapel that in 1958 archaeologists made an amazing discovery. Human bones had been found from time to time on the surface for many years. And so Portuguese army officer and archaeologist Alfonso de Passo conducted excavations. He found a large pit, probably an ossuary, where many bones had been collected and buried years, decades, or even centuries after the battle. The digs were large scale, but very few artifacts were found which could be related to the battle. Archaeological techniques were less well developed, and they either missed smaller items, or it's possible they've since been lost. So Maria has to begin again from scratch. An advanced archaeological metal detector survey has never been attempted here. She shows Tim and Simon the battlefield, so with their experience, they can work out the best place to begin.
This is quite a prominent little knoll. Almost a circular piece of high ground, isn't it? Mm-hmm. A very steep behind, steep drop-offs on either side. It doesn't look to me a very big piece of land, not to get the whole Portuguese army on. So obviously they must have fought forward of this position. Mm-hmm. The chapel was built in the place of the vanguard, of the headquarters, if you like. And the conditions look quite favourable. The ground, it's grassy, but it's quite flat and it's not too thick. So that's good for the metal detector. And the fact that the ground's damp, that's really good as well. One, it's a lot easier to dig, but secondly, it helps the machine. So if the ground's damp, you can find things deeper and smaller. It makes it more sensitive. We don't want it too wet, but these conditions are about perfect, I'd say.
Further away from the chapel, they can be reasonably sure would have been closer to the main contact areas during the fighting.
I still think we're too close to where the vanguard was, to where the Portuguese headquarters was. But it would have been ground which the soldiers would have gone out over and come back over. So maybe things have been lost as they've done that.
If you could find one or two arrowheads here, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean,
or any artifacts.
Maybe arrowheads came in, but I think the centre of the battlefield would have been a bit further away. There's not enough room here, I don't think, to have the Portuguese army.
No, it's still a little bit too close. Yeah.
300 metres north of the chapel is a plot of land that's been reclaimed by the foundation. Tim and Simon get to work. The signs aren't good. The ground is tough.
It's very hard. It's very, very contaminated. And at the moment, it looks like it's been built on, it's been had refuse dump on it and all sorts of stuff. So I think there's probably stuff here, but if it is, it's really deeply buried and there's an awful lot of contamination over the top of it.
When it's as hard as this, it's unbelievably hard digging.
This isn't going to be a straightforward survey for Simon.
The object's out of the hole, so it's in this spoil. It's quite small because I'm having trouble finding it. I'm just trying to locate it at the minute. I'm using this pinpointer probe, which gives you an idea whereabouts in the hole the object is.
But Tim and Simon have been doing this a long time, and their spirits aren't that easily dented.
How's it going, Tim?
Yeah.
Things are looking brighter.
And what have you got now?
I've got a light bulb fitting.
Yeah, we're getting ring pulls off cans, bottle tops.
After a fruitless day, they decide to abandon this first plot. Next morning, they move on to a second area of protected land. It too could have had buildings on it in recent decades, but it looks more promising. Maybe it will yield better finds.
Not quite the military artifact we're looking for. Certainly not.
But already we're getting slightly older stuff than across the road. But
We're trying. I'm putting my heart and soul into it. Tomato puree. Spur round. End of a spur. Can't get more visual than this, can you?
It's still not good. Again, it's hard ground, covered with a lens of modern debris. But there are ways to see beneath even metal detecting depth. As part of the survey, Maria has brought in a team of Portuguese specialists. Nuno Barraca is an archaeological geophysicist.
This is the third GPR profile I do in this area, and I can see a huge anomaly in the 2D. It's really interesting because you see very large, and it's quite interesting, quite good.
Again, this type of prospection is a first for Aljabarrota, and is very comprehensive, bringing to bear magnetometry, earth resistance, and ground-penetrating radar, or GPR. They've used as a starting point the 1958 survey, because Maria wants to find out more about strange features found here back then, which have created controversy ever since. Alphonse de Passo's excavation uncovered a huge network of earthworks beneath the modern surface. Many trenches with rows of pits in them ran at various angles across the battlefield, seeming to radiate forward from the Portuguese front line near the chapel. It seemed that these were the remains of the innovative defences used by Pereira against the Castilians and French. They're described in the surviving chronicles of the battle.
When I read, and I read it many times, the account of Froissart, the main tactical goal was to create a kind of bottleneck. I mean, funneling the attack of the Castilian army with the organization of some artificial obstacles, such as pits, trenches and ditches, and piling up of trees and so.
Despite the heavy rain, Nuno's survey is going well.
But in this case, as we have so many structures, so many things,
And quite deeply buried structures as well, in terms of the pits and the trenches.
as you can see, these anomalies here are found at 1.5 meters. You can find some anomalies, some perpendicular structures in the field that are not related to houses. For example, the road is in this side and in this side, and it's not normal to see perpendicular structures that are not aligned to the road. So probably this is man-made, but not any kind of house or nothing like that.
So I presume what we're seeing here now is a lot of earlier material that we can see through all the modern contamination of the roads and the houses and the gardens, for example.
Yes, we expect at this depth, for example 1.5 meters, that we don't find any modern materials.
It's really impressive, that, isn't it?
The survey has been useful because it's found something that nobody else has seen so far.
You may have found something fantastic.
Let's hope.
Maria will have to wait for a future dig to confirm Nuno's findings. The structures are hidden deep below the surface. Perhaps the only evidence of the elaborate battlefield fortifications developed by the English in the 14th century, then brought here to aid the Portuguese. At the foundation, Tim and Simon take a break from surveying to check out the previous work done at Aljabarrota.
It's head trauma, it's point force trauma, isn't it, rather than the...
I'm not convinced they're all probably crossbow bolts.
No, that could be a bit of both.
These are just a few of the bones found during the 1958 excavations. Trauma marks clearly indicate conflict-related injuries, very similar to wounds they've seen elsewhere.
We've seen a lot like this, haven't we?
Yeah, it's very similar to the work at Towton, and the stab wounds or the arrowhead wounds or whatever they are, the knife wounds, and also at Visby, obviously. They're similar. There are quite a few of the examples of these now, so this is fantastic.
There are many parallels here with Tim and Simon's groundbreaking work at Towton battlefield in England. There, alongside osteologist Malin Holst, they found a mass grave from the medieval battle, which had been emptied of most of its skeletons. But here at Aljubarrota, it's a different story.
What I find interesting about Aljubarrota is that there are direct parallels with our work at Towton. At Towton, on the battlefield, we knew there was a mass grave. When we finally found it had been excavated sometime in the medieval period, and it'd be the long bones that had been removed. So at Aljabarrota, we've got the opposite of what we've got at Towton. We've got the long bones, we've got the skulls, and they've been put into an ossuary or a pit in the consecrated ground at the chapel. What we don't have are the mass graves.
The bones in the foundation are just a small sample of those found in the ossuary by the chapel. The others are an hour's drive away, so next day, while Tim heads north, Simon returns to the battlefield, where he's decided to change tactics.
I'm going to try this tree line area today. We did a sample survey in this field and we've turned up nothing but 30-year-old junk. It's totally contaminated to a depth of about 1.5 foot. Now, I think those trees are about 30 years old, and I think probably the contamination will stop at the trees. The trees are on the extreme left flank of the Portuguese army, and I probably saw little action, but there's still the chance there's the odd crossbow quarrel gone into there. Maybe people ran through that way to escape and bits and pieces have dropped off. They've lost pieces on the way. So I think that's our best chance.
Coimbra, university town 40 miles from Aljabarrota. Here to show Tim the bones is one of Portugal's leading forensic anthropologists.
I'm Eugénia Cunha. I'm a full professor at Coimbra University, and I've been working with human bones over the last 30 years. What really gets me is that bones are really the most authentic witness of our past. And if we are able to read all the information that is kept in the bones, because it's like an hardware and a software, you have to find the right software to open the hardware. And so bones are a bridge to archaeology, because we will reconstruct life and death on the basis of bones.
In 1958, osteology was less developed than it is today. The bones were analysed according to the techniques prevalent at the time, but then they were stored away for decades, all but forgotten.
At that time it was completely different. There was the very classical physical anthropology, which was much more linked with, like for instance, craniometry, measuring, and so on. Then I was lucky because I studied in here biology, and in 1986 I started working in here as a teaching assistant, and I came across those bones immediately. And so I thought I have to reanalyze them. And we were able to study the huge amount of 3,000 bones or fragments of bones.
With a team from the university, Jenna revisited the bones using modern techniques. It was a huge undertaking.
So do you want to see the place where the bones from Aljabarrota are?
Yes, are they around here somewhere?
Yes, they are.
Oh, sorry.
Pay attention to your head.
Right,
So you see the labels in here, Aljubarrota.
right. Oh, there are.
They are all together, mixed completely. And for studying them, we separated by left and right femurs, left and right humerus, and so on. This is a place where they are since the 50s.
The 3,000 or so bones here are classified as secondary depositions. They were moved into the ossuary pit by the chapel, from wherever they had lain since the battle, in the open air on the moorland.
So you've got lots of different types of bones, but I presume these are from a multiple number of individuals. So how do you know how many people were actually killed or represented by the bones that were killed?
Because we were able to separate all kinds of bones, almost 3,000 bones or fragments of bones. They correspond to a minimal number of 414 individuals.
So you've positively identified 414 separate people.
Yeah, we are absolutely sure, because if you have 414 left femurs, of course we only have a left leg and a right leg, we are absolutely sure. This is always a minimum estimation, of course.
Yes, and obviously there are, in reality there are an awful lot more.
Yeah, of course.
And so apparently there was approximately 6,000 people killed.
Yeah. If we think about it, I think the reasonable thing is that they open other mass graves and they put other bodies in other place. So that's what I think it's worthwhile to keep going and try to find some more.
414 individuals for certain. In total, probably many more. Perhaps the current survey will help identify future sites for excavations and aid the attempt to find the remaining mass graves. The bones were radiocarbon dated to approximately the time of the battle, and clearly these weren't the bones of everyday civilians.
They only have included male individuals, no females, no kids. This is quite important. This is not a natural population, this is a select population. They were strong, they are robust, which is in accordance of being soldiers.
But it's the physical evidence of injuries that link the bones most conclusively with the battle.
There are no two individuals alike. There are no bones alike, two bones alike, so there is always something different that I can tell. And from one information there is take a look, a microscopic look, and then a magnifying glass look, and then a microscopic look, and then more and more, and that is really motivating me.
Of the thousands of dead, most were Castilians or their French allies. It's most likely they whose bodies were left unburied for so long by the Portuguese locals.
We have like tiny fragments like these ones, and then you see that detail in there?
It's still got,
yeah.
It's still got metal in it.
Metal in there. You see the metal in there? It's amazing how it can be in there still.
But it doesn't go through, so it's just
yes,
stuck in the surface.
Touch.
Yeah.
It didn't perforate, yes.
Yeah.
It's not a perforating lesion.
So these are either arrow wounds or stab wounds or something that's
yeah.
penetrated the surface of the skull.
Yes, absolutely. Can you see the cut in there? Like that.
Yeah, so that's
like
something like a sword blow or a knife cut or something.
Spider. Yeah, like that. You see that? Perforating in there?
That one's gone through.
Yeah. And we did the frequency of the traumatic injuries, and a lot of them were reached in the occipital. And some of them definitely were not protecting the head.
From the chronicles, it's known that many of the French knights who attacked the Portuguese in the first wave were captured, then executed during the battle. Could these be their remains?
So according to some of the chronicles, some of the prisoners that were taken during the middle of the battle were actually executed. Is there any evidence of that?
Yes, if you take into account that a perimortem injury in the occipital bone, it's absolutely in accordance with execution. We have to be aware that this is the strongest bone we have, the occipital bone, and then the temporal bone is very thick, as you can see. So it's not that easy to kill, but they did it.
The familiar evidence of suffering and death on the medieval battlefield.
So in terms of this material, it's very similar to the type of skeletal material and the evidence of trauma that we've been getting from the Battle of Towton from 1461, because although it's 100 years later approximately, it's very similar weapon trauma because they're basically using the same weapons. And it's all typical of medieval conflicts. And we're now accumulating quite a lot of evidence to actually analyse medieval conflict on a personal level rather than at a historical, general level.
Yes, of course.
Agena's work on the bones shows what might be possible if more ossuaries or mass graves are ever found at Aljabarrota. The battlefield survey is a step in that direction. And while Tim has been away, back on the battlefield, Simon has at last had some success. He's searched methodically all day in the wooded area on the edge of the plateau, beyond the contaminated soil. On the 14th of August 1385, this was the Portuguese left flank. Towards the battle's climax, the Castilians and the remaining French broke through Pereira's defences near the centre. It was savage, close-quarter fighting, with both sides long past taking prisoners. As the Portuguese finally won victory, night fell almost immediately, and any pursuit of the broken Castilians and French was forbidden. The English troops in particular were angry at missing out on the chance of plunder. But Pereira knew his men would be vulnerable to counterattack if he let them loose in the darkness. He held his ground, while the defeated, many of them wounded, escaped while they could from the plateau. Perhaps over the ground where Simon searched.
I had quite a successful morning.
And where were you first?
Well, this morning I searched the trees in the sheep field.
Yep.
The field we thought was going to be really good, but was completely contaminated. I thought yesterday that the contamination would stop at the trees and the ground in the trees would be okay.
Yeah.
And that's proved correct.
Fantastic.
So within the trees, on the slope, the ground seems to be original.
Right. So it's not the same amount of rubbish as you've been finding
Nowhere
everywhere
near.
else.
There's hardly any. Well, there's no silver foil. There's no toothpaste tubes and hand cream
And
jars
bottle
in there.
tops and
No,
this, that and the other. Fantastic.
nothing.
Well, that's really good news.
But we have had some reasonable finds. So. Well, this is one of the first things I found. Was a little medallion,
Medallion, yes.
That's very nice.
and it has a head on both sides. I don't know if it's sort of church related or whether it's a commemorative one, but it's quite early.
Quite distinctive, isn't
It's
it?
quite distinctive because the border is offset. It's not been struck brilliantly.
Do you think this has been hammered rather than cast?
Yeah, I think it's been stamped.
Oh, right. That looks really nice.
I mean, if I found that in England, I'd be thinking English Civil War, 1650s, 1680s, something in that area. But I'm not so sure in Portugal whether it relate to that period. But that was
Maybe, yes.
It's not easy to tell whether the medallion is medieval, but for sure, these finds are the oldest of the survey so far.
Now, very close to the medallion, I found a ring. But again, it's quite early.
Oh.
Oh,
No, it's a lady's ring. Now it's a copper band, but it has in silver a castle turret, a tower fastened on the top.
That's nice.
it's very nice, this one.
Yeah, so I think that's quite early as well.
Yes.
I mean, rings vary so much. I mean, you can get in the medieval period, you can get plain copper bands.
Perfect fit.
It's mine.
You can get them with things brazed on the top, which that has. That's a little silver tower. Or
That's very dainty, though, isn't it? I mean, very, very.
yeah,
thin and
yeah. I mean,
slender
some of them
and,
were.
Yeah.
I mean, that may be
Wow.
quite early.
Well, that's nice. Well, it's certainly
I
not-
can't say
Not a man's ring, that is it?
I can't say it's medieval. I can't really say, but it is early. It's going in the right
Yeah.
direction.
That's really nice. I like that.
Really nice.
The ring seems to be a type known as a gimel or cladach ring. They date back at least as far as the 14th century.
I thought you'd only found one thing. That's really
No,
Me too. Yeah.
So I think this may be a jeton. You can see a shield and a crown on the top. I mean, it's not not in fantastic condition.
Yeah.
Not by far.
You're thinking it's not a coin.
It's like a coin. It's called
like
a
a coin.
jeton.
Jetons were tokens used for counting or in gambling games, common in medieval France or England. Soldiers gambled, and both French and Englishmen were here in 1385.
I think there may be a biggish shield on that side with a crown on top, and there's lettering around the edges. But also there's a border with the writing in, what we call the legend. That's offset. So that again, that is stamped.
I don't know whether it's my imagination or that looks like shield with
Yeah,
a
like a
crown
shield.
on the top.
Didn't I just say that?
Yeah. Did you? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Pay attention.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. I like that.
I bet somebody said that to you before today.
Just once or twice.
Simon saves his best find till last.
Now this is the best find, Maria. I think you'll be very pleased with this. Because I am 100% certain this came from the battle. It's in two bags.
Wait for it.
This one you can display in your visitor centre.
Maria's been waiting a long time for this.
Yes.
So have I. 3 days.
You're not the only one. Yeah. Oh,
Oh.
that looks nice.
Whoa.
That looks very nice.
Yes.
So again, is it a leather stud?
Yeah, it's a leather
Yes.
stud.
Yeah.
The stud or fitting is bronze and of a type used on soldiers' belts or other leather equipment. It's definitely medieval and military. Dropped by a knight or man-at-arms here more than 6 centuries ago.
And you see how thick the leather was.
Yes. Yeah, you can tell how thick the leather was from the way the studs are bent at the back. It's cast,
Oh, it's
which
cast.
makes it older.
Right, yeah.
It's not, if it was more modern, it'd be pressed.
Yes.
But it's not, that is cast. I mean, it's not crude, but it's, in a way, see the border, it varies in diameter, it wavers, it comes in and out. There's a little casting hole, little blowhole in the metal right in the centre.
Oh,
So it's
very
not
nice.
modern. You can tell by the feel, by the way it's been cast.
Mhm.
It's, I would say 100% that is
Wow.
definitely medieval. And if in that position there on the Portuguese left flank, it's definitely from the battle.
I'm very happy with this find.
Okay. I just
Thank
wish I
you.
could have found more.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased that we've sort of worked out where the best area was, and
Yeah.
it proved out to be the best place.
And I'm very happy too, and thank you very much.
You're very
Yeah.
welcome.
The results have been extremely good for the survey. From long experience, Tim and Simon know just how rare it is to make finds like these for the first time on a medieval battlefield. But when Tim looks at the plot of where Simon was detecting, he realises the discoveries are even more significant than even he first thought.
So what we can see here, obviously, is the battlefield. It's an aerial view of the battlefield. There's the chapel. There's the extent of where we've been working. There's all the tree line, which is important. And so it should be all the areas you've been metal detecting. What's important, though, obviously, is we go down, if we zoom into this area here, what I initially thought was an area that's been excavated, and it's just beyond it. What's really interesting is that where you've been finding these artefacts, it's in an area that's not been excavated.
Yeah. Well,
So-
we thought that with the ground conditions. It was undisturbed.
Yeah, it looks so different. And so it's paid off by going into new ground where nobody's been excavating, nobody's been dumping material. You've actually got evidence that's relevant to what happened a long time ago rather than what's been happening over the last, 10, 20, 30 years.
And that's just a small little window in all that landscape, isn't
It's amazing how small the area is that you've managed to find that's not been reworked before, or one way or another. And even in that small area, which is literally a few metres wide, you've managed to find a few artefacts.
Imagine what we could have found in the rest of the field if it hadn't been trashed.
It's such a shame because the whole battlefield, presumably at one time, had the same amount of information over the whole of it.
The legacy of Pereira's triumph still towers over the Portuguese landscape. Just a stone's throw from the battlefield, The monastery of Battaglia was begun in 1386 in thanks to the Virgin Mary for the victory at Aljabarrota. It's among the most impressive medieval buildings in Europe.
I mean, we're impressed. We're pretty blown away, but imagine what they must have felt like. Medieval times, living in a little house made of straw and mud and timber, and you come and you see something like this.
It's just everywhere, isn't it? It's just absolutely everywhere.
Just look at one piece and it leaves your eyes to take to something else and something else.
Obviously this is the old medieval church, but we're getting this slightly later, and this is obviously when they're starting to have made it. This is when Portugal is on the way up.
Yeah.
And they're trying to show it, and I think they've managed to succeed, haven't they? It's really impressive. This is huge.
The Portuguese truly entered the world stage in the years after Aljabarrota. With the age of discovery, they led the way in exploration across the globe. At the monastery's heart lies the tomb of King João I and his English queen, Philippa of Lancaster, the daughter of John of Gaunt. The Treaty of Windsor, signed in 1386 between England and Portugal, remains the oldest alliance in world history.
Unbelievable. Look at the size of it.
I've never seen anything like it.
Look at all this. It's not only carved, but it's carved in relief. And it's also hollow behind, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
When I see this as not just a celebration of the victory at Aljubarrota, but a celebration of Portugal itself, a real statement.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But the Portugal you see today has grown from this one place, I think.
Yeah.
From this one symbol, it's grown from here.
So it's with the confidence of the new nation that they have the capabilities and the confidence literally to start expanding around the new world then. And of course they do start to circumnavigate the world, new shipping, new events, new horizons, and it's all because of the battle that took place here.
It's from here that we had the idea of the discoveries, you know.
The site of the battle is an iconic site for the Portuguese. The site of the monastery just down in the valley below is now a site of royal tombs. It's an iconic place for the Portuguese. And so the battle is obviously seen as an important event in Portuguese history.
From my point of view, it's I was since I was very young in the school, Aljubarrota was always I learned that was very important, and it is indeed, because if we the result had been another, maybe we were not in here as we are today. Okay, so the reality, the country itself would have been different completely. It's a question of independence.
A skeleton recovered from the grave. Perhaps a victim of medieval conflict. The only known evidence of the Battle of Lewes. On a lonely hillside, condemned men await their fate.
You can't round up 20 or so large, strong, young adults and execute them without having the capacity to do so.
Archaeology and forensic science combine, investigating the skeletons of Lewes. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
The town of Lewes, near the southern English coast, between the sea and the rolling hills of the East Sussex Downs, the gateway to England. But this sleepy town hides a violent past. Graves, skeletons, trauma, conflict. In 1264, the town saw at first hand the effects of medieval conflict. On the 14th of May, the Battle of Lewes ripped through the outskirts and suburbs as Henry III's men tried to protect their king against the rebel army of Simon de Montfort.
I think the Battle of Lewes is a very important battle because Simon de Montfort's victory helped establish the first recorded representative parliament in this country.
In May 2014, Lewes Castle is the scene of an important gathering to remember this significant event in the town's heritage.
This was the 750th anniversary of that battle. So in the years just leading up to that, the whole community is getting really excited about it, and we had a lot of meetings and we're thinking, how are we going to celebrate this anniversary? There's a lot of interest in archaeology.
To coincide with the commemorations, a single skeleton from Lewes has been selected for carbon dating analysis. It's one of more than 100 recovered 20 years before in 1994. The whole collection had been stored away, but new funding meant further research could be done. They called in one of Britain's leading specialists, with a wealth of experience in archaeological human remains, which bear the physical trauma of battle.
I got involved in the Lewes project plain and simply because I was invited to come to a conference in Lewes to compare known skeletal trauma from the medieval period with a skeleton that they'd found in the Lewes area, skeleton 180.
180 had been selected as it was thought to be possibly unique evidence of a body which could be linked to the Battle of Lewes.
That skeleton, their skeleton, had obvious evidence of weapon trauma on it. And what we simply wanted to do was, is it comparable with other medieval weapon trauma so that we could say, yes, this looks like a battle victim.
Tim got to work. He and osteoarchaeologist Malin Holst carried out a full assessment. They found the skeleton was that of an adult male. On his skull, there was the grim evidence they were looking for.
As soon as we took the skull out of the box, it was evident that it was covered in extensive weapon trauma, but almost certainly sword trauma. And again, that doesn't look like interpersonal violence. This looks like it's a battle victim, basically. And once you've seen a few of these, they become very, very similar. When you attack somebody with a sword, quite often you aim it at the head, and you usually end up with very, very similar injuries. You know, you either cut into the skull, or you just miss it and skip off the top, or you stab it. And those are basically the type of wounds you get, and sort of all different degrees of that. But that's it. And of course, once you get 2 or 3 or 4, then it's not sort of a small bit of violence. This is extensive violence. And this is the sort of trauma you get in medieval battle. And so it did look as though it was a battle victim, and that was that.
But there was only one way to prove that the skeleton could be that of a victim of Lewes's medieval battle.
We were no nearer to saying, yes, it's definitely from the Battle of Lewes, which everybody was assuming. So I just suggested, right, well, let's try to narrow it down. We'll try and get a radiocarbon date for it. We'll date it, and hopefully it will fall in nicely into place right over the Battle of Lewes. Yes, everything would be sorted, would go away, everybody would be happy.
A sample of bone was sent away for the carbon-14 analysis. It seemed a date relating to the 13th century battle would be a formality, and so preparations in Lewes intensified.
Getting ready for the Battle of Lewes anniversary is just amazing. It was a very, very exciting, very frantic time, and looking after this whole project to do with Skeleton 180 was one of the most exciting parts of that project, because I knew that we had something really exciting to tell people about. It was a great chance to help engage people with archaeology and to find out more about a real person who really lived at that time.
Revealing the story to the world was to be the crowning moment. Months of preparation had built up to this. Marlin was invited to present her findings from the analysis of the bones.
Yeah, we're looking at the back of the skull, as you can see here. That's the forehead there. So this is the back here of the skull, and this is looking at it slightly from above. And I hope you can see we've got 3 cranial injuries here. That's the first one there. That's the second one, and then there's the third. There's quite a nice clear cutting edge here, and with a sword injury what you usually get is one clear cutting edge that's almost very shiny, and then a breaking edge on the opposite side. Now this is quite a large injury here, and it's actually caused all these bone fragments to be cut off, but also to be blown apart. And that occurred to the top of his skull, and probably the attacker came and attacked this person from the back and from the left-hand side.
The main event. It fell to Marlin to disclose whether the skeleton truly dated to the Battle of Lewes in 1264.
Now it's always quite difficult to get a precise date from radiocarbon dates, but it dates to 887 before presence, which is 1950, which makes it 1063 AD plus or minus 28 years. So it's 200 years earlier than we expected. I hope I don't get rotten eggs thrown at me now. It's not my fault. And of course that throws up, as Chris mentioned earlier, much more questions really than it answers.
Not exactly the date everyone was expecting.
I couldn't speak. I was in shock, and it took me 2 or 3 days just to be able to call my boss and tell him, and he couldn't really deal with it either for quite a long time. We'd found this completely different individual who had potentially died in a completely different violent era in our history. It's just extraordinary. What we were hoping for was something as a highlight of our Battle of Lewes anniversaries, our Battle of Lewes skeleton. But here was this, he was nothing to do with the Battle of Lewes.
The date was seized on by the media and became headline news around the world. The speed of this took everyone by surprise.
If it's 1066, this in some ways is more important because, of course, there is, as far as I know, there is no osteological evidence of anybody who died in the Battle of Hastings. There's very little physical evidence of the battle at all. And so, of course, suddenly everybody's ears prick up and think, oh, the Battle of Hastings, wow, this is really important. So, of course, people grab this headline and then start to run with it. And it's almost out of control. And the gossip spreads, it's in all the newspapers, and it's literally going around the world. And you can't control it. Once that date is out there, somebody might have found something from the Battle of Hastings, it's off, and it's got a life of its own. Excuse me, stop this. This is just a preliminary analysis. We're in the middle of something, and you're finishing it off and saying this is what it is.
The carbon date range was from 1035 through to 1091, yet the media only focused on 1066. Hastings, where King Harold's Saxon English succumbed to William the Bastard's Norman invaders. It's almost 30 miles from Lewes. It's possible that some casualties might have been taken from Hastings for burial elsewhere, but these would most likely be high status, and that's not suggested by 180's grave. It's also plausible that he could have been killed after Hastings as part of the Norman suppression of East Sussex. But just one man on his own? Tenuous indeed to link this to the conquest without further evidence.
Just because it centres around 1066, it doesn't mean to say it's not 1100, for example, or into the 1150s. In which case, are there conflicts in and around Lewes from this early period to the much later period? And is it possibly one of those? And it's nothing to do with either the Battle of Hastings or the Battle of Lewes.
This is nothing new to Chris Whittick.
Living in Lewes as I do, I've been used to the knee-jerk reaction that any find of a skeleton from Lewes is a fatality from the Battle of Lewes.
Chris is the senior archivist for East Sussex. He's been studying the history of the county all his career.
It's disappointing that when scientific evidence proves that a skeleton from Lewes can't have come from the Battle of Lewes, that the knee-jerk reaction is to attribute it to another historical event, this time the Battle of Hastings. Both seem equally flawed and equally unquestioning of the historical evidence and the potential of these finds to give us real information, real facts about what took place in Lewes and its vicinity in not just the 13th century, but the last 2 millennia.
Tim decides to leave aside for now the Lewes and Hastings battle hypotheses. He looks back to the original dig for some clues. Very little was known about the medieval hospital of St. Nicholas until the excavations in 1994. The hospital itself had long since disappeared, leaving an area known as Spittal Cottages. It's now thought the hospital was at the epicentre of the fiercest fighting in 1264, further explaining why the theory came about that 180 died in the Battle of Lewes.
I'm going to set the scene really for the discovery of skeleton 180.
The dig supervisor in 1994 was Luke Barber. He oversaw the excavation of all 104 burials.
While they're still in the ground. We don't necessarily know trauma, pathology, etc., on these unless it's really obvious at the time. So of course, we're sort of slightly getting a little bit twitchy about the Battle of Lewes because we know all the rumours and we know where we are.
Tim has a lot of experience with medieval mass graves, especially when they're the victims of conflict, like the Battle of Towton excavations in Yorkshire. But the St. Nicholas Hospital burials don't fit the pattern of conflict graves he's familiar with. He needs to find out more about the 94 excavation. The best way to do that is to speak to the man who did the digging. Tim catches up with Luke in the field, hard at work on another site near Lewes. In 1994, the main area he excavated was beneath a school.
Finding 103 burials at the site was not unexpected.
Right.
I think the children who had their dining hall above it were more concerned. They've been eaten above these.
So
these
was
guys.
it a known medieval cemetery when you started?
It was a known medieval hospital.
The burials Luke and the team found were more varied than might be expected from a single event like a battle.
There was a few unusual burials at the time. There's one with a manacle around the ankle.
Right.
So obviously, even at a very early date, there was a range of types of burials. You could see there was infants. You could see there was males and females, and again, fairly typical for what we expected for a hospital.
Yeah.
Of 103 skeletons, 180 was one of only 4 with trauma.
The obvious connection was that those trauma victims were going to be Battle of Lewes. None of the original analysis involved any C14 dating.
Yeah.
The dating was based on its association with the hospital, and also the few finds and pottery found within the grave soil generally.
Yeah.
One thing always worried me about it is if you look at this basic plan of the cemetery, the yellow highlighted bodies are the ones with trauma, and you can see they're not all together. That always worried me, and that's why in the report I actually said, Battle of Lewes quite possibly, for some of them, or all of them maybe, but other scenarios cannot be ruled out. You know, it's very easy to jump to the conclusion. It's got a sword cut, therefore the only thing that's likely to have caused that is the Battle of Lewes. You know, there's footpads, there's outlaws, there's any number of ways that in the medieval period someone could have been killed with a sword or a sharp-edged weapon.
Skeleton 180's 11th century carbon date wasn't a problem for Luke.
I wasn't unhappy about the date because, I say, there was always these worries about why were they not buried together. So to have a quite wide chronological range within this group of individuals does not upset me at all.
Right.
And because 180 does not now appear to be Battle of Lewes, that doesn't upset me either.
No.
It's not a great wind out of your sails. What upset me more, personally, was the fact that it rather suggests that the hospital is a pre-conquest foundation.
Well, that's what's so interesting. I mean, was there supposed to be something on this site at that period? We're
No,
talking...
well, not that we knew of.
Right.
Not that we knew
so
of.
that's quite important, really, isn't it?
So for the archaeology of Lewes, it's a very important discovery.
But the other thing is, of course, we've got one date for one skeleton. So, of course, it's more important that we analyse the dates of all the other, or as many other skeletons as possible, especially the trauma victims, because, of course, if we're talking about the same dates for those victims, it looks like something is happening at that time.
Until we've got them, we don't really know where we're going.
Right.
You know, it could be a wide chronological range. We could get Battle of Lewes in there. We may find it's quite early, much earlier than we thought.
If the medieval St Nicholas Hospital wasn't the first building on that site, then many of the graves too might be much earlier than expected. The whole understanding of this part of Lewes might have to be rethought.
The quandary about St Nicholas Hospital is this. The burials are in the backfill of quarries. The quarries, it has been assumed, were used partly to build the hospital itself. The hospital is thought to have an immediately post-conquest foundation. So what is a skeleton of the date that the scientific dating has produced doing in the backfill of such a quarry pit? At the moment it doesn't add up. So what we need are more dates from more skeletons to try and put what we have in context.
For this reason, it's decided to test more of the burials from 1994. Tim helps Edwina with the additional skeletons selected.
We've got 11 skeletons here that we've got from the store. It'd be really good if you could just have a look at them.
Yeah. And these are all from one cemetery?
They're all from St Nicholas Cemetery. Right. Yeah.
The 11 include the 3 other cases which bear trauma marks.
Oh, I can already see on this one that they've got some sort of cut. See the injury there? So this has got at least 2 on. This wound there is typical of medieval conflict. When somebody's had a go at the head, and obviously it was too high, the sword blow or whatever it was too high, or the man ducked. And so, of course, what's happened is it's glanced off the top of his head.
Right.
So that, although it's put through the cranium, doesn't necessarily mean he was going to be killed by it. So it almost looks like he missed there, although he definitely hit it.
Do you mean it sort of sliced the top of his head off?
Yeah, it's almost like a glancing blow, that one. More than likely this one was second because they've gone for the head and the neck, and that's exactly where it's hit.
Yeah.
So you've got a chop going in there, and it's in that direction, so it's from the back of the head. This is the base of the skull, the occipital. Yeah. And if you feel the back of your head, you can feel where the occipital and the muscles join the occipital. And there's a bump.
Yes.
The base of your skull is. Well, that's basically this area here. It's where all the major muscles from your neck attach. Okay. So somebody's been going for the neck. And in this case, they've been very successful because they've chopped straight through the back of the skull. And so, of course, this would have severed the muscles on the back of his head, and it might even have broken through his spinal column, and therefore killed him straight away. Yeah. That looks pretty convincing for a conflict situation, put it that way.
Would he be wearing any protection,
well, this suggests that he wasn't wearing headgear at this time, because those are 2 nice, sharp, bladed injuries to 2 parts of the cranium, so it suggests he's not wearing headgear.
So you couldn't go through...
You wouldn't go through a steel helmet. You could argue that it was a very sharp sword, it was something like a leather cap, or a leather helmet, even a boiled leather helmet. Yeah. You could suggest that it might have gone through that relatively easily. Yeah. But even so, they offer quite a bit of protection, those. But it means he's definitely not wearing a helmet, as we would envisage it. So that's interesting that we've got one individual and it's 2 blows and it looks like a conflict injury.
Archaeologists have to check every single bone of a skeleton for evidence. Weapon trauma isn't always found on just the skulls.
So you think this individual has got trauma on as well?
This has got trauma as well, yeah.
Right, excellent. So
and there's a
and a
lot
spider.
more of him remaining, and he's got a spider.
Yeah, excellent. Right, so we're talking about arms and legs. Another arm. Pelvis.
I haven't got his trauma. He's a male, 35 to 45 years old, just so you know.
Sacrum. That's always a good one.
That is an amazing
So that's definitely
piece.
interesting because we've got the left thigh and it's got a fantastic cut mark through it. It could be a spade cut from the excavation, so it doesn't have to be battle related. Yeah, that's pretty sharp. That's not a spade, is it? So it's a very sharp bladed weapon, or it's a very sharp implement that did it. So just looking at that, I would assume that it's more likely to be a bladed weapon rather than something like an over-ambitious archaeologist, for example, or even a grave digger.
There's trauma from a sword or other blade on this femur. Tim checks to see if it also impacted on the pelvis.
Pubic symphysis is at the front, so that's there.
Okay.
So that's the front. So now we put that where it belongs there.
Yeah.
So what we've got now is we've got the blade wound going across there.
Yeah.
And as you can see, there's nothing corresponding. If you look at it, it goes from there to there, and it would have just missed it.
Is it not?
The injury would have been painful, though not necessarily fatal. For most of the skeletons here, there's no trauma, no clue as to the cause of death.
You could slit somebody's throat and you could not touch any bones, and of course that person would bleed to death, and then you never know how they died.
Right.
And of course, if you died of a disease, and it was a very rapid disease where you died within a few days, and there's no trace on the human bone from that disease, and of course you don't know how that person died either. Or you could just simply die of old age. And so we're very, very fortunate when we get an individual and if we see the exact method by which they died. And so, and what interests me here is obviously it's conflict related.
Hopefully the carbon date for these skeletons will bring new light to the story of the St. Nicholas Hospital site and 180. They don't have long to wait. The results come back, and they range in date from the late 10th and 11th centuries, right through to the late medieval, the 15th and even into the 16th century. As you'd expect, from a hospital cemetery which lasted hundreds of years. But when it comes to Skeleton 180, there's another surprise in store. The initial dating was flawed. When recalibrated, it comes out not as late Saxon, as everyone had got used to thinking, but between 1215 and 1280. So he could date to 1264 and the Battle of Lewes after all.
It's just this, it's another layer in this story, and through we thought it was from the Battle of Lewes, then we think he might date to the Norman Conquest. So in that time we found out lots of new things that we'd never have known about if we hadn't thought it was from the Norman Conquest. Now it turns out he isn't from the Norman Conquest, but we've got far more knowledge than we had even imagined having before.
In some ways it's a shock, but this is what archaeology is. It's never static, it's never really boring, and it will really upset you. And that's why you've got to be really careful about nailing your colours to the mast. This is 1264 or this is 1066. Because of course it could be a major upset and you go, oh, suddenly I was wrong.
But there are still other reports of mass graves. How do they fit into the archaeology of Lewes? This small Sussex town hides dark secrets yet. One thing is for sure, the graves can't all be from the Battle of Lewes.
This is only a small town, we're surrounded by hills, and we keep finding these big pits of bones right in the town centre. So supposing they're from Battle of Lewes, we've found about 2,000 so far, and every time there's a building development, I think, are we going to find the other 700? Because there's only so many more places we can dig.
It's not just in the modern era that these burials have come to light. The early 19th century was a time of sweeping industrial change across Britain. Lewes was no exception. In 1810, 3 pits were discovered not far from St. Nicholas Hospital. According to reports at the time, there were nearly 500 bodies in each. No record remains of the exact location, nor of any related artifacts. Then, 3 decades later, another mass grave was unearthed. This time, a newspaper recorded the event. Maybe this account contains a clue. It was 1846 when the railway first came to Lewes. John Bleach has researched the story. He's found the original account from a Sussex newspaper. It records the discovery of the railway skeletons. In the 1840s, the railway was king. Nothing could stand in its way. Certainly not the mere crumbling ruins of an archaeological site like Lewes Priory.
The story is that they found some human remains, and again the story is that these human remains relate to the Battle of Lewes. Now, can you enlighten us any further on that?
Sure, I can confirm that the London, Brighton and South Coast were building a railway from Brighton to Lewes, and the route took it through part of Lewes Priory. The plan here shows you it brought it through the chapter house, through the actual choir of the large monastic church.
So it's quite destructive in that respect. Yeah.
Totally. One thing that was definitely found, and it's marked on this plan, was a large pit, sometimes referred to as a well, full of bones. Estimates are that there were 600 bodies. I'm looking at the report from the Sussex Agricultural Express, January 1846, and it talks about the excavators finding this mass of human bones, described as nearly 6 feet thick, 10 feet in diameter. So that's quite a large, significant amount of bones, which were deposited 18 feet below the surface. So they are quite a long way down.
Right.
That this was an original burial was established by the fact that when the bones were first exposed, the effluvium was so obnoxious as to cause the men to desist from their work until the next day. Several, in fact, were taken ill. Now I'm no archaeologist. Smell coming out of a pit of bones?
It would have to be something that was... It probably wasn't the bones that were smelling, but it might be the context that they were in. So it might have been an existing well or something. And therefore it was or had been waterlogged.
But then the paper goes on. The bones were conveyed away in about 10 railway wagons, and this gives us some idea of quantity as well. This is 10 railway wagons, and were thrown into the mass of rubbish which forms the embankment through the brooks.
Human bone, used in the building of an embankment. In 1846, the priority was the railway, not archaeology.
It is a source of deep regret that human bones should have been employed for such a purpose. And you can just imagine the editor thumping his table. There is something so revolting in this appropriation that we cannot permit ourselves to speak upon the subject, lest our feelings should be excited to censure with severity the despoilers of the dead. Isn't it wonderful?
But if we compare this to the modern press, would that make a good story if they were just reburied in a churchyard, or would it make a good story if they were...
Now, did it actually happen? Well,
it sounds good.
Don't always believe what you read in the newspaper.
No.
It does sound good. And if it didn't happen, where on earth are they dreaming this up from?
Yes. It does look as though it's based on truth in terms of its location, of where they found them, at the extent of how many there were. But we don't know whether it's related to the priory, or whether it's related to the battle, or whether it's related to some
earlier
unknown
Minster
concept.
church. Yeah, quite. We have no bones, we have no artefacts as far as I'm aware that were found at the bone pit, so quite where one goes from there.
And we don't know if there were any of these bones exhibited any evidence of trauma on them or anything. We don't know anything about them at all, do we really?
It doesn't say anything about trauma in the reports that we have.
With no evidence of trauma, it's difficult to link the bones to the Battle of Lewes in the way they did at the time in 1846. Also, there's something about the position of the grave that doesn't seem right.
When you look at the plan, you realise that the bone pit is just outside the eastern point of this large monastic church. Now that's
very conveniently placed.
Ritually quite an important site. Yeah.
One of the most important.
One of the most important sites outside the church.
Yes,
yeah. So would you actually create a battle pit there? Answer, possibly not.
No.
Rather than a mass grave from the battle, the bones might just have been the accumulated remains of many years of ecclesiastical burials. Lewes Priory was founded by the Normans in the 1080s. As with St Nicholas Hospital, it was on a site, like the whole area, that had been in use for centuries before the medieval.
I think the important thing about this area is that it's when you stand on a hilltop like this and you can see how the landscape is surrounding you. It literally is, because you've got high ground over there, then you've got Lewes in this lower ground, and then you've got high ground over there. It's a way of access from the lower ground and the sea up into the high ground, so of course you can use it to your advantage. If you own this ground, you can tax people, you can sort of restrict their access, you can control them, and also you can build a castle here and you can start to defend this piece of ground, this access into the high ground, and in that respect it's perfect.
There have been countless generations of occupation here, in this narrow corridor of settlement, bounded by the high ground.
Because of its restrictions, unless it goes and expands onto the high ground, there's only a certain size this town can ever expand to. It's a town that's never been developed. So we've still got the medieval setup for this town that's never expanded into the 21st century to the degree that other big cities and urban conurbations have expanded in different places. So basically what we're looking at is essentially a medieval town. People have been living and dying here for hundreds and hundreds of years. So all these burials are still here. And now, of course, they're coming to light. And we're thinking, why are all these burials here? There's nowhere else to go.
Lewes was an important area centuries before the high medieval period, back in the Dark Ages.
There's nothing dark about the Dark Ages at the time. What's dark about the Dark Ages is our lack of evidence for what happened. But both documentary research and archaeology is doing a huge amount to lighten that darkness. But it is clear, and it's been clear for a long time, that Anglo-Saxon society in general and its administrative capabilities in particular were highly sophisticated, much more sophisticated than the Norman systems which followed it and which eradicated it largely.
From around the 9th century, Saxon England was made up of a network of burhs, or walled settlements, protection against Viking raids.
Lewes is actually a Saxon town, and one of the wonderful things about this sort of system of Saxon burhs is that they were designed to protect people, so that if there was an invasion by the Vikings, or attacked by the Vikings, that the people from aroundabouts could come into the burh and be protected. So although in many ways the town looks similar to that now, we've got the same high street, we've got the same little twins leading off it, we've got this enormous Norman castle, where we would have had the fortress of the Saxons.
This was before the days of the great battles of Lewes, or even Hastings. But there were still many ways to end up in the grave, bearing the trauma of a violent death.
Lewes was fortified by King Alfred as a burh against the Danes, and was clearly an administrative centre long before that.
Chris Whittick has studied the few remaining records on Lewes in Saxon times.
As an administrative centre, it would have also been the centre of judicial activity, both civil and criminal. So you always have to contemplate the fact that skeletons you're finding might not have died an unnatural death or a casually violent death, but perhaps a death meted out by the operation of justice, because Lewes would have been the place in this area of East Sussex where such things would absolutely have happened.
Another burial, this time certainly a mass grave, hints towards this administrative and judicial activity. On the opposite side of the town to St Nicholas's Hospital, the land rises steeply to a long ridge which overlooks the whole of Lewes. Morling down.
Wollongdown is one of those very mysterious corners of Lewes. It's high up, it's got a beautiful view, the winds are sweeping by you as you walk along. It's a wonderful sort of wild, has a wonderful sort of wild feeling. And it's a very strange and lonely spot.
It was on Morling Down in the 1970s that a local boy made a grim discovery.
In the 1973, a schoolboy who was playing in the field found a human skull and picked it up and took it to the local museum and said, yeah, this is what I found, you know, what is it? They took the decision to do an excavation using local archaeological volunteers. And in the summer of 1973, from what we can gather, they opened up a large excavation area and recovered about 12 human burials.
More than 2 decades later, archaeologist Greg Shooter was called in after more accidental discoveries.
We were approached by the landowner who'd found some bones on his site and was concerned they could be human. The bones had come to the surface through rabbit digging, and so they come out into spoil and then drifted down this bank and was basically sitting on the footpath at the bottom of the bank. When we looked in the rabbit holes, we could see more human bones in situ where the rabbits had dug around them, so it's clear that they'd come from burials, in situ burials.
This is the site of the excavation from 1973 and 2005. As you can see, we're on a prominent hillside overlooking the River Ouse.
The dig unearthed 2 burial pits, one larger than the other. They were a few feet apart, right on the edge of the slope.
This side we've got the main burial pit with the burials in, and the smaller one on this side. In both pits, the feet are pointing in towards this area. We investigated the area in between to look for more burials and found nothing at all.
This certainly wasn't a grave which had steadily accumulated bodies over the years.
The stratigraphy showed that this was one event, and they basically dug a shallow, very large shallow pit on top of an earlier field system boundary and placed these burials, or deposited these burials face down into this pit in one event.
To help develop an impression of what must have happened here, Greg compared his dig with the earlier one.
When we looked at the 1973 excavation plan that we'd drawn up from the photographs and the rough plan that was drawn at the time, we saw that it fitted in quite nicely with our excavation plan.
One detail related to every skeleton.
We had evidence of all the burials having their hands crossed behind their backs, and the wrist area of the hands is crossed, indicating that they've been tied. Again, another similar shot, face down, hands tied behind the back. Again, face down, hands crossed. Same characteristics, face down, hands crossed. There was certainly one individual who appeared to have clenched his fists as he was executed, whether that's just post-mortem settling of the bones or whether he was actually gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, we don't know. But things like that were quite eerie. These 3 have gone in first, this guy's then thrown over the top of them, and then this guy is dragged over the top of that one.
11 men, hands tied, buried face down, one by one. All the evidence seemed to indicate that they'd been executed. After the dig, there wasn't time for anything more than a brief examination of the bones. Now, a decade on, Greg revisits them to search more thoroughly. Helping him is osteoarchaeologist Lauren McIntyre.
We've had another look at these skeletal remains to see if there's anything missed after the original assessment of them, and see if there's any more new evidence that's come out which should give us a bit more of an understanding of, 1, how they died, and 2, who they were.
The bones have been stored away for years, so the first thing Lauren has to do is to check everything is still there.
First of all, I'd lay the skeleton out in an anatomical position. I'd do a general assessment of things like preservation and completeness, measure all the long bones and try and work out the height of the individual when they were alive, try and assess the age at death of the individual, also whether they were male or female, and then I would have a look at all the bone fragments to see if there are any pathological lesions that could tell us if they had any diseases or traumatic injuries or things like that. This individual looks to be, again, it's a young adult male. We're probably looking about 20 to 30 years, maybe more around the 25 mark. Still quite tall, we're looking at about 5'10", so he's still quite a tall guy for around about that time. It looks as though he's got a kind of hip deformity that's had perhaps a little bit of a knock-on effect on some of the rest of his body. This is actually the top of the left femur, and you can see that if we compare it to the right femur, you can see that they're very, very different. This could have been for a congenital reason, so it could be some sort of congenital hip dysplasia, or it could have been some sort of traumatic event that happened when he was very young, and then it's just kind of it's never righted itself. They're obviously all males, they're all of a certain age, they're all from sort of mid-adolescence through to young to mid-adults. There's clearly no females there are no children either, which is quite unusual. If you were looking at a sort of normal sort of parish population or a normal village population, then you'd expect to get a mix of everybody, not just men. So they look relatively healthy, there's no signs of deficiency or dietary deficiency in particular, no malnutrition. There's not very much in the way of healed injury, so we're not perhaps looking at something like a group of soldiers or anybody who's been killed in a battle or anything like that.
If the men had been fighters, Viking raiders or other incomers, there might have been some evidence of healed trauma after a life of training and conflict. And there are no other obvious causes of death.
We're looking at something that's not really leaving an osteological signature behind for us to find. Normally we could say that might be a sort of infectious disease, but obviously I think the archaeological context has suggested that that's probably not the case, with them having their hands tied behind their backs. So in that case, we're perhaps looking at something like strangulation or hanging.
Possibly these are locals rather than possibly Viking marauders. There's no obvious signs of battle injury, which you'd expect with a fighting group of men. At least one of them has got problems with his hip, which may have actually made him not a very good soldier or fighter anyway. So possibly we are looking at a local population, or a selection from that local population, who've been taken out and executed.
Executed on an ancient land boundary. A high place, visible for miles, for all to see.
Everybody in Lewes would have been able to see that execution, and they can see it from a high point. Everybody had been out on the streets looking at that execution. It was done there for a reason.
By late Saxon times, the law codes ensured English kings exerted total judicial control. Convicted wrongdoers were banished, outcasts from society. The condemned lost not only this life, but they were denied entry to the next. Buried in pagan grounds, at the limits of Christian society. Evidence of Lewes's early medieval past. A vanished Saxon society.
I can imagine they were terrified. They're obviously leaving families behind. They're probably not local, so in an area that they didn't understand, possibly not even understand the language. So I get a sense of quite a lot of trauma and dismay up here.
A chance discovery. The earth reveals a secret. The grave of a man buried with steel.
Don't break, don't break, don't break, because it's quite fragile.
Wild lands far to the north. No records remain of lives lived here, nor battles fought. moments lost to history, but preserved in the earth. The warrior of Yanakala. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
Yanakala, 100 kilometers north of Helsinki in Finland. In 2013, it's the location of an amazing archaeological find. The grave of a man buried more than 7 centuries before. It's unusual in Finland for a skeleton to be found like this, away from any known burial ground. But there was something else. The man had gone to the grave with not one, but 2 swords. And it didn't stop there. What made the find completely unique was that the swords were separated in time by hundreds of years. One blade, like the skeleton, was medieval. The other, unbelievably, was from at least 2 centuries before. A Viking sword. It was completely unprecedented in medieval archaeology, in Finland and the whole of Europe.
You couldn't fail to be captivated by the whole story. 2 swords found in a single grave, in the middle of a field, in the middle of nowhere, with archaeologists excavating it. It has a bit of everything. There was an option of going over there to carry out a geophysical survey and hopefully get some sort of information to put this person and the swords into a context that we could understand.
The story was like a medieval fantasy, except it was real. And it spanned not only medieval times, but also the preceding era, the pagan Dark Age, the time of the Vikings. Even today, Finland is beautiful and remote. In medieval times, it was a wilderness. Endless forest, hills, rivers. Western Europe was steadily civilizing and evolving. But here on the edge of the Arctic Circle, the wild lands of ice and snow, Finland was the edge of the world.
Finland in the medieval period is a bit of a blank canvas. We don't know much about it. Its history is now being driven by the archaeology. There isn't a lot of medieval history around. And so by finding new sites, by finding medieval archaeology in which to interpret, you can add to the history of the background of the country.
No, mä en tiedä, Suomi on voinut olla, mutta sillä ei ehkä ollut nimeä ja sitten jostain syystä tänne on haluttu tulla ja molemmin puolin, että tämä on nyt ollut hyvin helposti sitten saavutettavissa tämä alue ja en tiedä, se on kyllä aika mielenkiintoinen kysymys, mutta ehkä me joskus saadaan siihen vastaus, että mikä tämä Suomen asema on silloin muinoin ollut.
Simo Vanhatalo is one of the most experienced archaeologists in Finland, a veteran of more than 500 excavations, and the man who found himself in charge of the dig at Yanakala. It was one of the most important in Simo's long and distinguished career, and it came about through the work of local metal detectorists.
Metallietsijät ovat olleet meidän ryhmälle hyvin apuna, koska he liikkuvat isoilla alueilla ja he ilmoittavat meille ja me ollaan sitten haluttu tehdäkin heidän kanssa yhteistyötä, että heistä on suuria apua ollut meille.
The metal detectorists made a series of small finds across this field before they unearthed the burial and alerted Museovirasto, Finland's National Board of Antiquities. Simo and his team came out to check what they'd found and immediately mounted an excavation. The main enemy was the weather.
No, tämä paikka kun löytyi, niin oli aika huonot sää, tai hyvin kylmä ja sitten oli pimeätä, mutta me ei tiedetty mitä sieltä on tulossa. Et se oli niin kuin jännittävää koko ajan kun mentiin syvemmälle ja sitten sieltä löytyi jonkun verran merkkejä haudasta ja sitten lopulta löytyi koko haudan muoto ja vainaja ja kaikki. Et se oli koko ajan yllätystä kaikki.
The skeleton was badly preserved, degraded by the acidic soil. Without the metal grave goods picked up by the detectorists, it probably would never have been found at all.
The archaeologists come along, excavate it properly, in the correct manner, realises it's more than just an artefact. It seems to be a grave. And it's more than just a normal grave. There seems to be two swords in the same grave. Now that's really unusual and very important.
The swords made the find so compelling. The first, the one initially unearthed by the detectorists, was a Viking Age blade. It seemed at that stage that the burial dated to Viking times. Then the second blade was revealed, a type much larger and much later, a medieval sword. It couldn't be a Viking burial, it had to be medieval. But for some reason the earlier sword had been placed in the grave. This was unique and hadn't been seen before. Two swords, separated in typology by hundreds of years, yet buried together. There were many questions to be answered. Analysis showed the Viking sword had signs of fire patina. It had been burned. Also, Simo's team found fragments of burnt human bone, much earlier than the skeleton. It seemed the grave contained remnants of more than one body. Two swords, two warriors. As the news spread, it drew interest, not only from archaeologists. Paul MacDonald has been learning and teaching the art of the sword for more than 2 decades. He's aware of the sword's place in history as a symbol, without losing sight of its visceral purpose.
The sword is a weapon first. It's designed to be practical first, and every different type of sword is a very particular tool for a very particular job. Some are more cutting based, some are more thrusting based, and some have an element or combination of both. So every weapon must be practical first, because it's designed to do a job. Along the way it is symbolic also. When you strap a sword onto your side, it's no light undertaking. You're making a declaration to anyone that claps eyes on that sword. It's saying that you're prepared to back up your word by your skill and by your steel.
Paul is also a sword maker. The MacDonald Armouries specialises in fighting quality historical blades. He's come to Helsinki to see for himself the swords of Yanakala. He intends to bring these blades back to life.
I've always been drawn to unique and interesting projects. So to make something that rare, that special, with the blade length as it is as such, being so unusual, it's yeah, they're both pretty fascinating.
The swords are kept in stable conditions at Muusavarasto. They're covered with oxidation, but beneath this, the steel has survived. It's the first time Paul's seen them for real. By now, the skeleton burial has been carbon dated to approximately AD 1300. Quite late for the type of medieval longsword he was buried with, meaning that this particular sword, or its type, was still in use here in Finland when designs elsewhere in medieval Europe had moved on. The Viking Age sword might be as much as 300 years older than the medieval sword.
Wow, beautiful.
The sword is the better preserved of the two, possibly due to having been cremated. Fire patina can protect steel against oxidation. It's a very recognizable style, one of a range of types, recorded from every sword from this period found to date.
Jan Petersen published a work on the Norwegian Viking swords and established a typology of known different types of hilts and blades. And this would be concurrent with a type Z, known to be from the mid-10th century to mid-11th. So it's a fairly accurate time frame.
Paul carefully records both swords. Each dimension is critical, as characteristics vary over the different parts of the blade. He also has to take into account the layer of oxidation on every surface. The National Museum in Helsinki is home to the finest Viking and medieval swords ever found in Finland. Hundreds of years ago, these blades were ground from steel that had been forged, folded and hammered over time. Paul will work in modern stock steel, but the form and weight will be as close as possible to the originals. It will still require all his skill and experience.
I do have to look at the weapons with a couple of different perspectives. One, a technical perspective. I have to look at it in terms of realistically how am I going to make this by stock removal? How do I grind this blade? How do I form the hilts? But then I also have to look at the weapon through the original maker's eyes, the medieval sword in particular, because it's so unique. They'll be constructed with materials and they'll be constructed for use. So there'll be more than just something to hang on a wall. Yep, it's literally take those specs from today to the armoury and turn them into a lot of sparks and a lot of stour.
Tim Sutherland now heads to Finland to join Simo and the original excavation team, back where they uncovered the grave the year before. He'll carry out a geophysical survey across the whole site. The 2013 grave is just one find among possibly many more. They know this because the metal detectorist who originally found the grave also recorded several other significant readings across the field, before by the autumn moonlight, making the find of a lifetime.
My metal detector gave me a pretty good solid iron signal, and I started to dig it up. And what I found was a small spare blade tip. So I tried the hole again, and in about 40 centimeters there was an axe blade. It is a really, really good find. It's really rare. And I removed the earth more, and suddenly in the bottom of the hole I saw a silvery blade with the text, and I realized just at the moment moon was shining that the silver blade, it was a sword.
Discovering a sword like this was so rare that it affected Mikko's reaction. This was a physical reminder of Finland's distant past.
It was a shocking and stopping moment because we didn't actually know what to think. It was so weird, so not possible. It should not be here in the place, but it was. And I think that our history is much more than we now know.
Mikko reported the find and laid the way for Simo's team to make the excavation. By that time, the weather had closed in. Clear moonlight had given way to freezing wind and rain.
So it's approximately a year ago that you were in this field excavating the grave of this person that was found with the two swords.
The bones were quite badly preserved, but they were still visible, and you could make out how the deceased was laid in the grave. When we started digging, we just thought that it was one sword that was broken in two, But then especially after we lifted the first piece up, we realized that there was actually another sword, a whole sword lying beneath.
This is the moment when they carefully remove the first sword blade. Excavating not one, but 2 swords is special for any archaeologist.
So I must admit, I've never found or excavated a sword. So that must have you ever excavated a sword before, or anything like that? So that must be quite an unusual feeling as well, because I know I've found some important things in the past. But when you see something as evocative as a sword, obviously, and an individual with it, that must be quite a good feeling.
Yeah, and especially when we lifted the longer sword, the complete sword, the thing that went through my mind was, don't break, don't break, don't break, because it's quite fragile, so you have to be very careful when lifted. So.
The swords were gently cleaned and left with respect. In Nordic folklore, it's said the soul of the swordsman resides in the blade. Tim gets moving. He and Rachel Wood from the University of York will carry out the survey. This is the first time they've seen up close the geology of the site. The warrior of Yanakala, it seems, was buried in soil rich in magnetic red granite. And it may be that this is a problem.
Using magnetometers in a magnetic terrain like geological granite is notoriously difficult or interesting, to put another way. So we'll have to see. Right. Yeah, sometimes you can put a lot of effort into a survey, and there are known places in the world, very igneous areas where the rock is just so strong magnetically, you can't do a magnetic survey with any good results. So there's a bit of a gamble. We come all the way to Finland to survey this field, and we didn't know that there was big chunks of granite lying around. Nobody told us that. So potentially we could be wasting our time.
There's nothing else they can do but try. They start the first few grids of the magnetometer survey. And fortunately, it seems there's enough overburdened soil to mask the effects of the granite.
It's a huge relief, because if the whole site was heavily magnetic, because if you work in a landscape that's basically underneath is igneous rock like granite, it can trash the whole data. And that's the problem. And we potentially faced by coming here. So it's really nice to see we can see something else.
In Edinburgh, Paul has started work.
Well, at this point, the blade has it's been distal tapered. It's been profile cut. That is, it's got the basic shape of the width of the blade tapering, not quite to a point, still rounded here, and the thickness of the blade has been ground down from 5mm up by the shoulders, by the guard, right down to the point here where it's 2mm, and it's a very constant, even taper down there.
Time to grind. The next stage is to add in the fuller. This is the curved groove along each side of the flat of the blade. It's sometimes called the blood groove.
Biggest myth in the sword world really is that the fuller is a blood groove or a bloodlet. That supposedly when you stick your blade in a body, it somehow lets air enter the wound and lets blood drain out. That's a wonderful gory idea, but it doesn't really comply with the laws of physics. The fuller down the length of the blade, it lightens the blade down the length, and it does not compromise the flexibility and its strength.
While the blades are taking shape, Paul also has to work on the other components of the swords, the pommels and crossguards. For the medieval sword, the heavy disc pommel and crossguard are forged. For the Viking sword, both pieces will be cast. For this, Paul uses one of the last existing foundries in Edinburgh. The process is known as green sand casting.
The materials that you're using today, are these, do we know that these are really the same materials that they were using historically?
Yes, it possibly goes back as far as Iron Age, that we've been using the green sand process. Possibly there might be one or two minor changes, but from what I've gathered through experience, I believe it's exactly the same.
Paul now has to set about the trickiest part of the process. A blade tapers in thickness in two ways. First, in its profile, and second, along its length from the base at the hilt to the point. This is known as the distal taper. Slowly, Paul works the stock steel into blades with a life of their own.
Oh, she's singing now. Yeah, every stage of making a sword it's interesting, it's exciting as well. You are bringing the steel to life. You're giving it something more than, you know, just being a piece of material. You're giving it back something of its original soul. I suppose when you're making something that is paying tribute to an original piece. It's these stages when the blade actually takes form, you see it come alive.
In recreating the swords, Paul has learned much about how the originals must have felt and handled. In particular, the medieval sword, unusually long for its single-handed grip.
There are three categories or sizes of two-handed swords that developed from the medieval period onwards. And this is really a blade length that lies right in the middle of what we would call a greatsword. You would expect a grip on this of around 12 inches or so for a proper two-handed sword. But having a single-hand grip it's highly unusual. I've never seen a sword like it, but the more steel that comes off this blade, the more it's making sense.
The sword tip won't be pointed, and there's a reason for this.
It was more usual for blades of this type, especially blades that were designed to cut primarily, for the point here to be rounded. It's rounded, but it's certainly not blunt. Your edge, your sharp edge, would continue all the way around there, and that assists or aids a slicing action against flesh and bone, because this is designed to be used in the saddle with force and speed. So even a tip with the last inch to 2 inches of the sword itself would cut and travel through target much more easily with a rounded point. The Viking blade here is remarkable in the sense that the original is only 4 millimeters thick here, and what we call the distal taper, the taper of the thickness, it tapers all the way to 0.8 millimeters here at the tip. It gets remarkably thin, and it's quite thin overall, which makes it remarkably light and fast to wield. But the pommel itself is what balances out the length and the mass of the blade itself, and it moves the balance point. Without a pommel, you have a balance point sitting down here, sitting really about a hand span or so forward of the guard. But once that pommel weight is added, then it takes the whole balance back to really within about 3 inches or so forward of the hand. And this means that in the hand you can whip that blade about rapidly, which is exactly what you want for a sword where your life could depend on how effective this blade wields.
Back in Finland, the survey has attracted interest. Raila Aaltonen is the landowner who's kindly granted access to the current survey, and she was here back in 2013 when the grave was discovered.
Of course, I was very excited. I was looking at them from my kitchen window, and I saw these guys being gathered together on this muddy field, and then I thought, now they must have found something. And as I got a call from them, and they were very, very excited themselves. So I quite often think about that, the people who have been walking here and have seen just about the same landscape as I see today. And I think that there's something really soothing.
Rachel has covered most of the site with magnetometry, and now she's found something.
We've got this, which is a strong anomaly, and it goes around there. as if there's a boundary there. We can vaguely see something down there.
If we add on another line, we've definitely caught the edge of it.
Yeah, I think so.
One way or the other.
This is very important because it's covering the area we're interested in, isn't it? That's basically the top of the hill. We need to date this, and is that medieval, for example, or is it much earlier, or in fact much later?
Yep.
I can't imagine it being too much later because it's a
No.
nice curvilinear feature, and those are generally earlier rather than later.
It's a fantastic discovery, and it prompts Ryla, the landowner, to check her family archives. She's found a map which helps make sense of the features the survey shows in her fields. It's dated 1692. Although roughly 400 years later than the grave, the features it records may well have survived in the landscape from earlier times. And they bear a strong similarity to Rachel's enclosures. Mikko and the other metal detectorists have returned to help out, and they've brought with them new equipment.
The metal detectorists we met on site were not your average common garden metal detectorists. These people were tooled up to the max. They had these pulse induction meters. Now that is a very, very heavy duty metal detector, and it can see through the ground quite deeply and find very large pieces of metal very deeply buried. And of course that was essential for this site.
Rachel has asked them to locate again the ferrous contacts they made in 2013, only this time using the pulse induction meter to pinpoint them. They mark the finds in the stubble with red flags.
Got some targets for you from yesterday, if you like.
Several of these contacts seem to display similar characteristics, shown by the pulse induction meter in depth, length, and general size.
Well, Mikko has just been over this ground with his pulse induction meter. It's such a large coil that he's using that it's very, very difficult to define exactly where it is. So if we can come along afterwards and use a normal metal detector with a smaller coil, we can just scan the ground and make sure that he's in the right place. And then what we can do is try to define some sort of limits to it. So it's quite a big object because when we get near it, so that's it, somewhere there, and that's the centre of it. And there does seem to be some sort of linearity to it, and although there are little bits along the side of it, other things, that's definitely one big anomaly there. Everybody starts thinking, right, this is a bit strange now. Huge piece of metal in the ground. Just behind us, somebody's found a grave with two swords. We look at this metal object in theory, and it appears to be sword-shaped, the right length. And everybody's going, this is interesting. But it's not just one. There are several in this field, all the same sort of length, a bar of metal. Now this is getting a bit weird because there's not many bars of metal just lying deeply buried under a normal field. But we know that somebody's found two swords just behind us.
The obvious conclusion is beginning to dawn on everyone.
It would be spectacular if this was another grave with swords in it. And there's no reason to think that it can't be at the moment. In which case, if it is, there's a good chance that this field is full of swords.
Paul has almost completed the swords.
I'm drawing blood in the process. She may be ancient, but she's still thirsty.
It's been hard work, but a fascinating process. He's learned a new respect for both these types of sword, the people who made them and the men who wielded them.
She's remarkably fast in the hand.
They're both remarkable blades.
Actually hear it sing a little whistle through the air.
The Viking sword is a purist weapon, a swordsman's sword.
Yeah, I think in closely studying the original and replicating it, I think I've personally learned a lot along the way about these weapons, about the craftsmanship that's gone into them, about the technology, which for the period is quite advanced. The blade technology, making a blade this remarkably thin and light, requires it to be remarkably well tempered
So it's clear evidence that their steel making abilities were very advanced at this time, looking at the 10th, 11th century. And the sword itself, it's remarkably light and fast. It's just over 1 kilo in weight. It's remarkably well balanced as well overall. And even this grip, I believe, has been ergonomically designed around the hand so that it can be used with either edge very efficiently as well. Yeah, many have the idea that Viking blades are simply held in a hammer grip and crude hacking swords, but this grip allows great flexibility for really cutting and manoeuvring both edges in fluid motion, real swordsmanship.
The medieval sword is in a category of its own. Brute force, reach, and power.
This sword is very much a different beast altogether than the Viking sword. This is a sword that undoubtedly has been designed for use on horseback, first and foremost. It screams cavalry. It's a cavalry sword, no question. This sword carries a blade that is literally almost a foot longer than you would expect for a sword of this period. So I believe that this sword stands alone at the moment in the world of swords from what we know. It's quite unique. The reason for that length and that mass in the blade is for use in the saddle first. It's designed for cutting at troops, at enemy on the deck. This would really create remarkable cutting power. There's just over 3.5 pounds of weight in the hand, and the blade is just over 41 inches in length, and so that gives you a tremendous reach, not just to meet targets, but with this sort of mass and steel meeting targets, you'd be cutting through your targets with this. This is ideal for a man looking to cause some damage on horseback. True cavalry sword. I think one of the questions I had in my head when studying the original sword was, how can this be wieldable? How can this sword work in the hand for the length of it, for the size of it, for the mass? And but of course it had to work. It's an original sword. It's been made and crafted for use. So it was been quite special to replicate it exactly to the same dimensions, and if we use the same mass in the steel overall, then we have the same weight, we have the same balance, and it will move the same as that original sword has, and it moves remarkably well for a cavalry sword. I think this was made for a warrior who knew exactly his job. He knew his job very well, and this has been a custom tool for his job. No play in the pommel, grip, fittings good and tight. That's one well peened tang. You can hear that continuous tone in the blade now, and that means that the compression is sufficient, that it's secured everything together as one.
But why were these swords in the burial? Who was this man they were buried with? New information comes to light. At Museo Verasto, the swords have been X-rayed, and it's revealed something. Letters, inscriptions, fragments. Little in detail can be seen on the Viking sword, but on the medieval blade, the sign of the cross. The sword, perhaps, of a Christian warrior. The survey is almost complete. Tim and the others try to work out what they can about the burial. The man was buried around 1300 AD, with the Christian inscribed sword, plus an axe, a spear, and a few other simple items. But also in his grave, carefully and deliberately placed, were the much older, pre-Christian remnants of a cremation. The burnt Viking sword and burnt human bone. But significantly, there was not enough bone to represent a whole cremated burial. There were just a few pieces.
It actually might just be a symbolic act of taking a handful of cremation burial remains from an older site and just scatter it over the deceased. So it might actually not be a single person that is being buried.
No. And if they're taking the sword from an earlier important grave, then they may think, right, it's important that we take part of that individual and then put that in the grave as well. So what appears to be happening is they've dug a grave, they've put somebody in it, and that's late medieval, and you can tell by the sword, and you've dated the bones or something from that medieval grave, and then for some reason they've put a sword, an earlier sword, on the top, and they've put cremated remains back on the top of this individual. So if it was a Christian burial, one, it wouldn't really be buried with a sword, because you're not supposed to put artefacts in with an old Christian burial. So the fact that he's got a sword with him is interesting. Is this an east-west burial?
Yes, so he was laid east-west quite strictly. So that indicates that of course that there are Christian elements to it, and also that it is a skeleton burial, because it is a change from the older pagan ways of doing the cremation burial. But it would of course be very interesting to see if the two persons buried in the same grave are related in some way. Maybe it is his father or his forefather that is, yes.
So it's almost as if the person who was buried, the first person who was buried, or the later Christian person, we're assuming it's Christian, but there are elements of an older religion to it, because he's got a sword with him, which is not a Christian thing to be buried with really, but also he's got another person buried with him and his sword, which is really unusual. So it looks like it's important that this later individual wanted to form some sort of connection with the other person, either with a small amount of human remains, but specifically the sword. And the sword might have been a family heirloom that his family had had for hundreds of years, or it might be something that was seen as a symbol of power to a local chieftain or somebody else who was a local person of importance, and therefore he was claiming that power and putting it in his grave. So we don't know, do we? It could be family related, it could be a political situation. So again, that's another question that...
Yes, because in this time when this burial has taken place, it's a time of change here in Hawaii. It's the time of the Christian area getting started, and also a power struggle between basically east and west, between Novgorod and the Swedish realm. So it's a really interesting time period also. With fast changes and
well, that is almost reflected in the grave itself, because if it is a Christian burial, but it contains swords, especially a pagan sword, that it's almost as if the person who is dying is hedging his bets and saying, yes, I'm a Christian, but my family have always been pagans, and therefore I'm not too sure yet which way I am going to go.
Yes, but there are, for example, examples I know from Sweden where they have burials with a cross and also a Thor's hammer in the same grave. So they have made sure that they have both religions.
Yeah, I think so. And then later, when the Christianity dominates completely, then of course you shouldn't have the sword in the grave, because you're not really allowed to have grave goods. That is a very pagan thing to do. And so this person is a bit of both, isn't it? Especially looking backwards onto something that was obviously very pagan into the Viking sort of period.
Little is now known about the incursions made into Finland in the late 13th century by both Novgorod and Sweden. The pagan Dark Ages were being transformed by the spread of Christianity.
What I found interesting is trying to get into the head of this man who was buried there. We're talking about a Christian cemetery that potentially is on the cusp of becoming Christian from the old-fashioned paganism. In which case, what is this man doing there with a sword being buried in his grave? And it's almost certainly connected to the fact that he was a warrior. He was somebody who used a sword. And also, what were the warriors doing there? Is probably related to the armed conflicts related to the Crusades.
The Crusades to the Middle East, which began in the late 11th century, opened the door for religious campaigns wherever Christianity sought to prosper or expand. The pagan lands of Finland were the object of many such attentions. Back in York, Tim and Rachel have processed the data. They're comparing the results with the 1692 map.
If you look at the old map, right in the middle of it, in the place we're interested in, there's an enclosure in the middle of the field. But we don't know what it is, and it doesn't tell us what that enclosure refers to. But what's really good and very interesting for us, if we superimpose the magnetic data, and then we can zoom in, we can see that it coincides absolutely exactly with this feature, this enclosure that you found on the magnetometer survey, which can't be a coincidence. It's got to be the same one, I think.
The feature Rachel located is some kind of enclosure ditch or embankment. It's a fantastic find, but what it was, a settlement, a fort, a burial ground, or something else entirely, can't be known until the site is one day excavated. Only then will it be known if the 2013 skeleton was the only warrior of Yanakala to have been buried in a grave of swords.
One thing we don't know is what these pieces of metal relate to. Now we know that some are quite large, but we also know that some of these are linear, in that they're about that long and they're a solid piece of metal. Now that's coincidental because there are two swords that we know of in this location. Does that mean that the whole of this field is full of swords? Is this a large burial ground full of individuals that were buried with their swords?
It does go through your mind about the person, the real person behind the skeleton and the artefacts or whatever. And so you try to put yourself in their position a little bit, because you think, well, why are they here? What were they doing? What was their life like? And especially if they've died under traumatic circumstances, then of course you can visualise their death, and that makes you think. Definitely makes you think.
The most infamous battle of the medieval age. The most famous army in English history. Henry V's immortal band of brothers.
It's a battle victory, and the French are too scared to face Henry in battle again.
A decade-long archaeological quest. A lost map, a lost castle, lost graves. The mysteries which surround the Battle of Agincourt. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. he and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
Of all the battles in the medieval age, Agincourt is among the best known. And of all the times English armies clashed with French, it was the most terrible.
We all grow up in England reading about the Battle of Agincourt. We learn about it at school, we see it at the theatre. And to some extent, it's part of our national identity now.
I think for most people the Battle of Agincourt is Shakespeare's Battle of Agincourt. The play Henry V, written in 1599, possibly the first play at the Globe Theatre when it was newly built.
40 miles south of Calais in northern France, the Normandy fields lie silent. Nowhere more so than around the tiny village known as Agincourt. These fields hide secrets that have puzzled historians and archaeologists for many years.
We think we know everything about the Battle of Agincourt, and that's one of the problems, because what we really know is very little, and so we need to look for the truth. That's what we need to be aiming for.
Battlefield archaeology is a relatively new academic discipline. Archaeologists like Tim Sutherland are uncovering new data on medieval battles in a way that documentary research alone cannot. Tim has investigated many medieval battle sites and located the last resting places of many of the nameless men who lost their lives. But Agincourt is a thorn in his side. Thousands are thought to have died somewhere here, yet no mass grave nor a single skeleton can now be found. The battlefield and its lost dead have come to haunt and obsess Tim.
What we need to consider now is where are the dead from the battle? Are they in the immediate vicinity, or are they nowhere near here? So somewhere around here there are thousands of the dead from the Battle of Agincourt, but we just can't find any traces of them yet.
Tim's quest to find the Agincourt graves is inextricably linked with his research into another historical figure who lived 400 years after Agincourt. John George Woodford is Tim's archaeological forebear and an enigma of a man. A British Army officer, Woodford supposedly located some of the graves from Agincourt. Tim has been trying to work out where. It's a detective trail that he's been on for more than a decade. In the years after Waterloo and Napoleon's defeat in 1815, the British Army remained in France. There was no more fighting to be done, and so instead, Woodford could turn his attention to his passion for antiquities and history. In 1818, he took a company of his soldiers with the intention of exercising them in the new art of archaeology. Their objective, not far away, was the battlefield of Agincourt. Over the years, Tim has become captivated with the tantalising accounts of what Woodford found at Agincourt. He was one of the first archaeologists, and perhaps the first battlefield archaeologist. He claimed to have found not only bones, but arrowheads, rings, and a gold coin. As such, these are the only archaeological finds from the battle ever recorded. The problem is, where did he find them? After a long search, Tim has found some of the letters and the sketches Woodford made of the finds. But the trail ran dry, as the key papers were thought to have been lost in a fire. Now he's found that some of the Woodford collection may have survived. To investigate, he heads north. Woodford lived out his days in the Lake District. An eccentric antiquarian, he lived in a house overlooking Derwent Water, surrounded by his notes, letters and artefacts, maybe including some of those he found at Agincourt. But when he died, it was all split up and much of it was lost. Tim has found that part of this scattered material has come to light in Keswick Museum in Cumbria.
Well, hopefully we're going to examine one of Woodford's diaries or his notebooks, and hopefully it will contain some information we're after concerning his excavations on the battlefield of Agincourt.
At the time of his death in 1879, Woodford was a Major General, the last British officer still surviving from the Battle of Waterloo. He and his brother Alexander served in the British Army of the Duke of Wellington. Many of the letters and papers in the archive relate to this time in Woodford's life.
It makes me wonder whether Woodford was as interested in Agincourt because he fought at Waterloo. This was his own personal huge battle. Waterloo meant a great deal, obviously, because he was English and they were victorious, but also he was there with his brother, part of his family, and then as a sort of an anticlimax after anything major, but something the size of Waterloo, this battle, it must have been a massive anticlimax afterwards. And how do you fill your time after something like that that's taken over your whole life? And so what he does is he goes to visit another famous battlefield, which isn't far, and goes to Agincourt, starts to map the terrain, make a grand plan. Then he actually gets permission to carry out an excavation on the site of the battlefield, and he's very successful. He finds a mass grave and he finds artifacts related to the battle in the mass grave.
The map, the finds, all enticing. But up to now, Tim hasn't been able to find the all-important evidence. Can these notebooks reveal a clue?
This is his private notebook. He's not expecting it to be published. In his day, he was almost unique. He was walking around doing what I would consider battlefield archaeology. He was going to certain sites and he was recording what he saw and what was there to record, including carrying out small excavations. And at Agincourt, this is crucial because in 1818, this is one of the first times this ever happens, and he's on record as happening. All the little key elements that we need to pinpoint his excavations at Agincourt are just not here yet. I've still not found them. And maybe they just don't exist any longer. There's definitely a page missing because it starts in the middle of a sentence, which means that this is not all the original book. How much is missing? That's the crucial thing.
The papers are fascinating, but there's nothing here about Agincourt. Then Tim notices something else and realises what might have happened.
I was just about to pack up all the notes and the letters, including the notebook, when I realised that this is gold lined, but some of the letters here are also on paper that is gold lined. And you can see that this has been taken from a notebook. And I've seen this paper before. This paper is the exact same paper that John Woodford wrote to his brother in February 1818. So it was from a notebook identical to this that he removed the paper, wrote a letter to his brother. Now, one would assume that that notebook is the one that he was using during the excavations, in which case has the whole notebook been disassembled and is now in fragments such as this. So are we not looking for a notebook anymore? Are we looking for hundreds of pieces of paper, some of which contain the details of the excavations from Agincourt in 1818?
He still doesn't know where Woodford found the mass grave.
So it's all here. We're surrounded by so many clues, but we just need the last one. There's only one missing now, and that's it. We've got everything else. We know all we need to know about Woodford. His detail about how he walked around the landscape, his letters from the king. We haven't got that last little bit of information about exactly where he was digging. That's all I want, and I can't find it. How close can you get? How frustrating is it? It's unbelievable. I just wish he was here. I just wish I could ask him, where were you? Where were you at Agincourt?
There's no magic X to mark the spot, so Tim goes back to where he started, reading Woodford's notes and the letters home about his excavations at Agincourt. Where did he discover the graves? Tim returns to the battlefield. Using all his experience as an archaeologist, he has a hunch as to where Woodford made the finds. As part of his work in 1818, Woodford drew a map showing his interpretation of how the English and French battle lines may have fitted into the landscape. Of course, it doesn't show the exact site of his excavations, but it does show the site of the Calvaire, traditionally where the French dead are commemorated, and where Tim excavated in 2007. All the surrounding fields Tim has surveyed, either with metal detecting or geophysics. Nothing relating to the battle, or even hardly to the medieval period, was found. Only one field remains. It's right next to the Calvaire enclosure. Could it be in this field, not the Calvaire itself, where the graves lie?
So we're in the field to the south of the Calvaire, which lies behind us there, and we're in the field that's officially never been ploughed. This looks like a pretty flat field. And of course, when the grass is really long, it almost is a flat field. But now it's just early spring. And if you look really low on the ground, at ground level, you can see there are certain depressions, there are certain rises, certain depressions. And of course, one of the biggest anomalies in this field is this depression here, which again looks almost flat, but it's the distinct depression in this field. Now, we don't know what this is.
The hollow in the field is enticing. In 1818, Woodford somehow knew where to look. Was this known then as the gravesite? Or is it just a natural feature?
Is this, for example, a natural sinkhole? Because underlying all this landscape is chalk, and they form natural sinkholes where everything goes down, it finally fills up with soil. But of course, this could be a mass grave. And it could be also the mass grave that was excavated by Woodford in 1818, subsequently filled in, and of course it falls in again, becomes a hollow yet again. So it could be the place we're looking for. And without more surveying, without archaeological excavation, we don't know.
The problem is that for a geophysical survey, French law requires not only landowner permission, but also the go-ahead from the Archaeological Directorate, the DRAC. This is the one field for which Tim cannot obtain archaeological permission. To say it's frustrating for him is something of an understatement.
We've been coming here now since 2002. Now it's 2014. 12 years later, we've been in and out of France. Every single time we come here, it's, paperwork. You've got to go through the administration and all the niceties. The primary objective is to do the archaeology, and of course that's not as easy as it sounds. You can't just walk into a field and dig a big hole.
Tim remains the only archaeologist since Woodford, 200 years ago, to conduct serious work here. And all this in the run-up to the 600th anniversary of the battle in 2015. Back in 1818, Woodford's opening of the graves caused such offence that he was ordered by his overall commander, no less than the Duke of Wellington himself, to stop the work. But Tim has been involved too long now to stop his research. There were other aspects of Woodford's investigations that could reveal more about the story of Agincourt. One target of Woodford's research had a direct link back to the events of 1415. The castle of Agincourt. Several of the chronicles describe how Henry V's victory got its now famous name. Heralds had a privileged position in medieval warfare. Their diplomatic immunity meant they could move freely between the English and French armies. They were observers and sometimes arbiters, and had important functions to perform, even when the fighting was over.
Henry called the French herald to him after the battle and said, "What is the name of that castle?" And the herald said, "Agincourt." And then you get the story that the king says, "We shall name the battle Agincourt after that castle, as is the tradition. In fact, it's the first known mention of this idea, a tradition, that battles were named after castles.
Even if the chronicles are accurate, no castle remains to be seen at Agincourt today. Most of the village dates to the 19th, the 18th, or at the very earliest, the 17th centuries. But research is showing a little of what was here in 1415.
The only medieval sites that survive in the village are the castle site, and there are no standing remains now, but there have been excavations there in the 1970s, and the church. The church dates back, or the site of the church dates back to the middle of the 13th century, but the current structure is 16th century.
There's no record of the church or castle playing any role in the battle, which is today believed to have been fought on open ground to the east of Agincourt village. But as Tim's previous work has shown, there's no actual evidence to prove that the battle was fought in this area. No archaeological finds have ever been made. Tim knows because he's tried, along with metal detector expert Simon Richardson, in surveys dating back to 2002.
So if we look at other maps that follow on from this one,
historical maps showing the position of the battlefield can't be trusted either. No medieval maps exist which show the battlefield. The earliest are too vague and only mark its approximate location, somewhere near Agincourt. The later 19th century maps are full of detail, but Tim and Agincourt expert Anne Curry have shown how they all simply copy one source: John Woodford's own personal interpretation of the location and layout of the battle. Neither he then, nor anyone now can say exactly where the actual battlefield lies. But if the castle was the reason the battle was named Agincourt, then it must have been fought close to the village, perhaps even within sight of the castle's walls. What if it were possible to rebuild the castle and replace it into the Agincourt terrain? How visible would it have been, and from what directions? Woodford noted what remained of the castle when he visited in 1818.
So when Woodford came into this field in 1818, apparently there was the remains of a tower just behind me here, and also in the bottom of the field here, he marks down a moat. Now, whether it was a real moat or not, I don't know, because it was unlikely to be a moat that surrounded this hill, because the back of the hill is significantly higher than the front. But that's gone now. So, of course, we can't see any of that, but it's presumably something that existed of the castle when Woodford walked into this field in 1818.
Now it's just a grassy field. But to the trained eye, there are traces of archaeology here.
There's obviously something inside the hillside there, which makes me believe that there's something like a structure, something that stops the grass from growing and gets the moisture away from that area. But other places are very lush green grass, where there's obviously, definitely hollows in the ground, and there's moisture content there, and it means there's something wet. So of course down here we'd expect that, that's where the moat used to be. And up there we'd expect less of it, which is just exactly what happens where the grass is shorter and where there's less moisture on the hill, where the castle used to be.
In 1976, a chance discovery led to ruins being unearthed here in a very unexpected way.
The owner of the farm behind me decided to put in some land drains, or a big drain from the top of the hill down to the bottom to the stream. And so got an earth moving machine, a big digger in, and he started to dig what he thought was a simple trench from the top to the bottom of the field. He came across some limestone rubble, and then some building material, and then some huge amounts of soil and silt and ash and all sorts of things. And that attracted the attention of the locals, and they all came to have a look down this hole.
The locals had unwittingly revealed the foundations of massive walls or vaulted stone rooms, perhaps cellars underneath the castle's buildings or towers.
They were there for 3 weeks digging this big hole, and then officially somebody came along and said, "Excuse me, what are you doing? This is a castle and it's an archaeological site. Would you mind stop doing this?" And the whole thing was shut down and backfilled, and people had wandered off site with all sorts of things, from tiles and bits of pottery. So all of this was disseminated around the village, and that was the end of it.
After almost 40 years, all that's left is a slight scar on the hillside where the excavation took place. Nothing can be seen above the ground, but what about below? On the flat area on top of the castle hill are the modern farm buildings. One of the barns is hundreds of years old. It probably dates to at least a century or so after the battle, but it could stand on the footprint of an earlier building. The owner has agreed to let Tim have a look at the oldest remaining part, the cellar which lies beneath. Maybe this dates back to the period when the castle stood here.
It's in immaculate condition. It's absolutely fantastic. There's nothing wrong with it at all. It's been blocked up. There's got a blocked up doorway here and blocked up doorways here and there and hatches. And we don't know how old it is. And we don't know if it is on the site of an earlier cellar. But it's significant that it's so close to the castle site. And it's obviously below ground. We're well below ground here. Behind these walls, are there other walls, for example? Some stone walls.
Like the existing farm, the castle would also have needed cellars. But it seems unlikely.
It would be nice to think this was part of the castle, but unfortunately most of these bricks are a lot later, and it would have been a significant building if it had been made of brick in that period. So we're still looking for stone structures, and this isn't one of them. So although it was quite exciting to be told that there's an old cellar down here, and then climb down into all this, that presumably very, very few people have seen for a long time, it's still much too late for the castle at Agincourt. But it's not too late for Woodford. And so did Woodford ever come down this cellar and do exactly like I'm doing, shining his torch around looking for bits of the castle? It's a nice thought that maybe he was here 200 years ago.
As nothing medieval has survived, to get an idea of the castle, Tim will have to piece together what evidence he has. Analysis of existing photographs shows the remains of the castle's footprint. The ghostly contours show hidden against the modern slopes. These features are the piles of debris where once stood the medieval walls. When the castle was abandoned and fell derelict, much of the accessible stone was probably sold or robbed, leaving just the mounds of earth. An account describes the castle as being in ruins in the decades after the battle, though its defences once boasted several round towers. So what did the building look like? To get an idea, Tim goes looking across this part of France to see what other similar-sized structures remain from the period. Large castles are relatively rare. Most are modest-sized fortified chateaux, and a good example is about 20 miles to the east at Lewes.
We're now on the route between where Henry stayed at Harfleur and the battlefield at Agincourt. And they would try to avoid the big castles and the big fortified towns at this point because obviously it meant more trouble for them. But it's interesting in that if we look at the walls and the type of the structure, we can hopefully compare it to what was at the village of Agincourt.
It gives an idea of how high the walls and towers could possibly have been at Agincourt.
So even if the building was only on a modest scale, we can visualise the fact that it would have had stone round towers, would have had some sort of curtain wall. And so the scale would have been relatively impressive in terms of the village, but we don't know how big or grand it was in the greater scheme of things. And that's one of the things that we're interested in.
Even a small castle could have been seen for miles on this terrain. So, for it to be visible from the battlefield, then it could have lain in any direction. Again, Tim goes back to Woodford's research. Is it possible that he missed something? He's found a clue, just a shred, but it's tantalising. As well as digging in the ground, Woodford also spoke to the villagers of Agincourt, recording stories relating to the battle handed down over generations. They're impossible now to prove or disprove, but they do offer fascinating insights into where the battle might really have been fought.
At that time, it would have been really important for Woodford to tap into the local folklore, to find out what they believed about their environment and how their fathers, their grandfathers had grown up in that environment, and also the stories they would have told each other. If we can find out what Woodford found out himself from those locals, it's almost like listening to the locals themselves 200 years ago.
Contained in Woodford's letters are references to some of these discoveries. A now lost stone in the village, thought to have been a memorial to a French knight on the spot he was killed. The traditionally held belief that the battle actually began here in the village, not out in the fields, and evidence to support this in some of the surviving place names. A field known as Longley, a hill called perhaps grimly Mont Morival.
Looking at all this evidence that we've accumulated from Woodford's notes, it just made me think that maybe we could possibly be missing something that's quite obvious. Maybe the battle didn't start where it's supposed to have started, and there is an alternative view.
Traditionally, the interpretation is that the two armies faced each other on this plateau to the east of Agincourt village. The epicentre was thought to be approximately marked by the position of the Calvaire. Crucially, the road on which it sits is not known for sure to have been there in 1415. Woodford's evidence seems to hint that the battle at least broke out in an area a mile or so away from the currently held battlefield. This is where the main road ran into Agincourt village, the main route that Henry's army was following.
It's not like today. Back in the medieval period, roads would have gone from village to village so that people could have communicated with each other. They would have moved from village to village across a landscape, and an invading army would have done exactly the same thing. They would have gone from village, taken what they had, moved on to the next one. And so they wouldn't be just moving around the landscape willy-nilly. They would have actually been going from one set place to another set place and moving on progressively across the landscape.
The valley is narrower than the wide open ground to the east. There's less open space here for the larger French army to fully deploy. On the other hand, this would have evened the odds in favour of the smaller English army, whose archers would have been able to concentrate their shooting at the compressed mass of enemy to their front.
We're in the valley between the villages of Maisoncelles and Agincourt, and the army had to travel between the village behind me here, and they had to travel up this road, because this is almost certainly one of the earlier roads, because it links the two villages, and they had to go to the village behind me. And somewhere north of the village of Maisoncelles is the battlefield of Agincourt. We know it took place somewhere around here, but we don't know exactly where. It could be over there, or it could be over there, it could be behind us. When Woodford came here, he was told by the French that this local area here is where the battle started. Now that's significantly different from where everybody else is saying that it started. Right behind us, right over there, about a mile away. And so one would expect that for some reason the locals thought this battle started here.
It's at least possible that the battle began near to this part of Agincourt, then spreading to the wider fields here, or the more commonly held battlefield location to the east.
I think one thing to bear in mind is that there is still no archaeological evidence of the Battle of Agincourt, and that's really important, because without that everything is conjecture. We're looking at local legend, folklore, little bits of history. Basically it could be anywhere, and it's the archaeological evidence that will finally tie it down or nail it down to a very specific spot in this landscape.
If there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of men buried somewhere here, what's certain is that they were mostly French. But what of Henry's victorious soldiers? Their casualties were relatively low, and the campaign won. Many returned to England. Who were they?
The narrative accounts of Agincourt, both on the English side and the French side, only really mention the aristocracy by name. That's particularly true of English accounts. They mention very, very few people. They're only interested in the king and his immediate royal family and leading nobles. Our studies have suggested there are about 45 surviving tombs or brasses of people who are known to have been on the Agincourt campaign. Not all of those, of course, actually fought at the battle. Some were invalided home.
Shakespeare leaves us with the idea that these 45 were among Henry's braves, his happy few, his band of brothers. But was this really the case?
So I've always wondered whether Henry's knights came home from the Battle of Agincourt and were celebrated as heroes in their own right. Was it like the Battle of Waterloo in Woodford's time, where they were known as Waterloo men for the rest of their lives and celebrated as such?
Did England really have a sense of its great victory? Or did Shakespeare invent this for the benefit of his contemporaries 200 years after the historical events?
What we hear there are Shakespeare's words, not words of 1415. Take, for example, the idea of the band of brothers, the idea that those people who fought together at Agincourt had some special relationship with each other as a result of it. That's completely an invention of Shakespeare. What we're dealing with here is a professional army. We have about 320 people entered into contracts to serve on the campaign of 1415.
The tombs and memorials of the Agincourt victors are scattered throughout England. These are mostly just the men who survived the campaign, who came home and continued their lives, and who died in many cases decades after the battle. Were their lives enhanced by their being able to proudly say they were at Agincourt?
It was a campaign for which they intended to serve for 12 months, so it was probably a campaign of conquest rather than towards a battle. The nobility on the campaign would have known each other already pretty well, and there would have been knights and other members of households, again, that are well linked to the commanders. But the idea that there was something very special linking all of these people together, that after the battle they had a kind of like an old comrades club emerging from the fact they'd served together at Agincourt, is a complete myth.
Most of the effigies, brasses or inscriptions of Agincourt veterans are of privileged men who would have been memorialised anyway. Now, after years of fruitless searching for the graves at Agincourt, it seems Tim and Anne Curry will finally encounter the remains of one who was there in the battle that day. They've come to St Albans, where they've been granted special access to the tomb of one of the main English figures in the battle, and one of the brothers of King Henry V himself.
Henry set off in 1415 with two brothers with him. His next eldest brother, Thomas Duke of Clarence, who was invalided home with dysentery from Harfleur, and his youngest brother, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and he is with him at the battle.
Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, was 25 years old at the time of the battle. He lacked fighting experience and was perhaps eager to prove himself.
You've got to bear in mind that these are the aristocracy. They'd have trained in the use of arms from an early age, the use of the horse, all of that kind of thing. Maybe he participated in the foot jousts, various other activities of that sort, and he would have been closely linked to his brother.
Unusually, Humphrey's bones today aren't buried or sealed away. The coffin is in an open vault just beneath the shrine of St Alban himself.
Right, so apparently he's down here.
Yeah.
So he's not exactly under the tomb, but this is apparently a modern reconstruction of the entrance.
Oh yes, quite a long way down.
Yeah. Shall I go first?
Mm-hmm.
Should be interesting.
Well, after you, I think. Tim.
Thank you very much. I'll my slightly larger feet. These are very worn. In fact.
Well, I guess a lot of people came into here in the 18th and 19th centuries when they had the coffin open.
The tomb lay lost and undisturbed for over 2.5 centuries before this concealed staircase was rediscovered by accident.
So this tomb was prepared for Humphrey?
It was indeed. He died at Bury St Edmunds, and he was brought from there after being disembowelled and embalmed, brought from there and buried in here on the 4th of March, 1447. Some people, of course, think that he was murdered at Bury St Edmunds. He'd been arrested for treason and died a few days later.
In the decades after Agincourt, Humphrey had become embroiled in the factionalism of the early years of the Wars of the Roses. The exact cause of his death is still shrouded in mystery and conspiracy.
In 1703, they opened the coffin up and there was a decaying corpse in there, but because it had been embalmed, it had a lot of embalming liquid with it, a bit like alcohol, and there was a good trade in that being taken away. Whether people drank it, I don't know, but rumour had it that it was topped up with alcohol later on. And it remained open till 1872. It was still visited, and that's probably why we've so much graffiti.
So these are his personal arms, aren't they? They've got the border.
They definitely are, yes. I mean, what we've got here is the arms of the royal family since 1340, the quartered arms of France and England, and the bit round here is called the label, and that indicates, in fact, he's the fourth son of the king.
Right.
Yes.
On the 25th of October 1415, Humphrey commanded one of the largest retinues in Henry's army.
So finally we're going to be confronted by somebody who actually fought at Agincourt.
We are indeed.
Tim has excavated many skeletons bearing evidence of medieval battle. He's looking for any traces that might be left on Humphrey's bones.
I'm looking to see if there's any obvious evidence of trauma.
Mm-hmm. He didn't have that active a military career. Agincourt was his only battle.
Humphrey led from the front, in the thick of the fighting. And as some accounts have it, alongside King Henry himself.
The Latin Lives of Henry V, written in the late 1430s, speak of Humphrey being wounded at the Battle of Agincourt, falling to the ground, and his brother sort of striding over him and protecting him against the French.
It's a very heroic image. Do you think that's true, though?
It certainly is. Difficult to tell, but it associates him with his brother Henry V. I think that's the most important thing about that story.
And it's an iconic image.
It's a marvellous image,
Henry
isn't it?
standing over his wounded brother.
Yes.
After centuries of exposure to tourists and souvenir hunters, Humphrey's skeleton is no longer complete. But there's enough for Tim to assess the remains and compare them with what's known about Humphrey. He was described as a tall, athletic man, strongly built, a natural warrior.
And in terms of height-wise, then if you compare it with I'm over 6 foot, so
Yeah,
he's
right.
round about 6 foot.
Yeah.
So according to this bone, it would appear he's quite tall.
Yes, yes it would.
Ah, look.
A tooth?
A tooth.
Good Lord.
So there is a tooth. Oh, you can get all sorts of information from a tooth. Right. Well, that is in fact a right arm, upper arm. So again, it's going here, and if you compare it with mine, again, very...
It's a little bit shorter, possibly. No, I don't know.
No, very
Very
similar.
Yeah.
So again, it suggests he's 6 foot,
Yes,
6 foot
it
plus,
does,
or
it
maybe
does.
just around 6 foot. Very robust.
That's pretty good. No sign
no
of
obvious
arthritis
sign
at
of
all, no.
ebonation
No.
on it.
No.
And there he is.
Gosh.
Most of the finer bones at the base of the skull have gone. Obviously, the areas around the ears have been damaged. The zygomatic arches have gone on either side.
Unfortunately, there's nothing left now of the facial bones, but there's more evidence of the strength and athleticism of the man, even though he was in his 5th decade at the time of his death.
Feels odd picking up the head of somebody you know who it was. This again is quite a good indicator of a robust muscle on the back of the neck.
On the back, yes.
So it's very pronounced there.
Yes.
And the bigger the neck muscles, the more this ridge is
More the
pronounced.
ridge is there.
There's nothing weak about this at all. So the fact that we know something about this, we can start working backwards. So does this skeleton look like it should be 57? Yes, it does. Does he look tall, robust?
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he does. And so at the moment, I would say all this is not giving us any surprises, which is good news.
It's rare enough to come this close to the bones of any well-known historical figure. Unique for them to be of one who was present at the battle which has captivated Tim for so many years.
It's an unbelievable experience because obviously we've been talking about Agincourt. We've been
far too long.
for far too long. We've been walking the battlefield for probably far too long as well.
Yes.
We've been carrying out all sorts of work, but it's so rare to be able to look into the face of a person who was actually there on the day. I mean, this is so long ago.
Yes.
We know where he was on
we
the
do.
25th of October in 1415.
And we know he was in the main division with the king, not in the vanguard or the rear guard. This man was centre stage. He would have been with his brother in the central division in the main battle, and he would have seen what was happening to the vanguard, where the Duke of York was killed.
Like all the English knights at Agincourt, Humphrey fought on foot, surrounded by the men-at-arms of his retinue of around 800 soldiers. As the battle and the day drew to a close, the fighting was bitter.
We have the story that he falls to the floor himself, so he's very much involved in the hand-to-hand fighting, which is what these heavily armoured peers and knights were intended to do. You know, after the arrow volleys, these are the people who are doing the hand-to-hand fighting in a very skillful manner against their equivalents on the French side.
For Tim and Anne, the meaning of Agincourt's real band of brothers now becomes clearer.
These are the two brothers that fought at Agincourt. We're talking about the band of brothers as the concept, but these are physical relatives. They are brothers to each other.
I think this is the real band of brothers. As you know, I'm dismissive of the Shakespearean thing. It's really Shakespearean invention. Armies are very hierarchical. But here we have a real band of brothers. Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and his brother, the king, fought alongside each other at the battle. Henry protected his brother when he fell. They discussed the battle in advance. They fought together. They enjoyed the benefits of victory afterwards. Humphrey fought alongside Henry on subsequent campaigns. Really, this is a very, very important link, I think. These are brothers in arms, brothers fighting together and winning the Battle of Agincourt.
These were violent times. Henry and his brothers were born into leadership. Family, the dynasty was all. Agincourt may have been fought while his army was trying to escape, but overall, the campaign was far from defensive. The English were the invaders.
I think what I'd like to recall is the fact that the English really had no right to be there. We've got never to forget that Henry V was an aggressor. He didn't really have a claim to the north of France. Maybe he had a claim to Gascony, but it was an invasion. It was a war of aggression. Quite often, he is portrayed as a hero. In fact, maybe we should see him as an aggressor. The other thing we should bear in mind is the English and the French were enemies for many centuries. 1904, the Entente Cordiale, and then the First World War brought them together. And now we have a Europe that is peaceful because of the effects essentially of the First and Second World Wars. Maybe we should look back without too much idea of the heroism and the colourful nature of medieval warfare, but regard it as warfare and quite a serious thing that we should condemn as much as we condemn modern warfare.
An unknown grave, a sealed lead coffin, a man's identity forgotten to history. An archaeological discovery as unsettling as it was astounding.
I remember just looking and just thinking, oh my God.
Forensic science and detective work combine to solve a mystery 600 years in the making. Who was the man in the lead? The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
In 1981, the tiny hamlet of St Bees in northern England became the scene of an astonishing archaeological discovery. A body was found, buried in a vault for hundreds of years. But instead of skeletonized remains, what they found was a shrouded, solid corpse. Nothing like it had ever been seen before. It was extraordinarily well preserved. And it provided a unique opportunity, telling us what life and death were like in medieval times. Who was St Bees man? The borderlands between England and Scotland have a turbulent and violent history. The medieval times were no exception. Raiding and conflict were facts of life for the people on either side, even as far south as the English Lake District. In the early years of the 14th century, landowning families here bore the brunt of wars with Scotland's William Wallace and Robert Bruce. At St Bees, on the Cumbria coast, lies one of the largest priory churches in the north of England. In medieval times, it was an important place, busy with monastic life and large estates across the rugged hills. In 1981, it became the scene of an amazing archaeological discovery. A routine excavation was drawing to a close. Trainee archaeologists had uncovered a dozen or so graves of medieval monks or priors. Simple burials, just skeletons remained, as expected after centuries in the ground. But then they found something entirely unexpected. They came across the remains of an earth-filled burial vault deep beneath the priory's car park. It held two burials. One was a skeleton like the rest, but the other was in a lead coffin. The trainees had no way yet of knowing, but they'd made the archaeological find of a lifetime. A man buried hundreds of years before, yet preserved as though he died only weeks ago. The discovery of St Bees man became known among academics, but in an era before today's mass media, it hardly made the news outside the local area. When Tim Sutherland first heard it, the story had already become the stuff of archaeological legend.
I remember when I first heard about the St Bees man story. It was fascinating in that it hit the headlines, it was really big news, everybody was very excited. Then it sort of faded away and it became less famous, less well known, almost disappeared from the background of archaeological literature, etc. And then a few years ago, somebody came to me and said, have you seen this video of the autopsy? And I thought, this is amazing, it's 700 years old, an autopsy of an individual rather than a skeleton. And so I looked at the video and I thought, this is unbelievable. We need to know more about this individual. We need to find out more, and therefore we need to take it away from the underground sort of anonymity of it and back into the public perception about what happened, how important it was. Can we find out anything more about it?
Now, more than 30 years later, Tim heads north to St Bees to find out more about the story. Ian McAndrew and Chris Robson are on hand to show him the dig site. The 1981 excavation wasn't the first. They remember how the investigations began originally on open ground nearby the Priory Church.
Basically it starts with the dig, doesn't it? So
the one over in Priory Paddock?
Yes,
the first two.
Yes.
What year was that? Was that 1979?
1779 it would be, yeah.
So there was a dig here before they found anything significant. They were digging around the priory.
There were two digs over in Priory Paddock.
Right, so what did they find? Did they find any structures?
A lot of water.
They were looking for the original monastic buildings on that side. In practice, they didn't find very much of any interest. And then they came in the summer it only rained, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they said over there it was hopeless.
Right.
So they came here and thought, well, okay, here's a car park.
It'll be drier for a start.
It'll be drier. They was trying to find stuff here, and it was hopeless because they had to go down about 3 feet.
Well, at least that.
Then they got down to the monastic burial level and found,
In this area here?
Yes,
Right.
in this area here, and found a prior, the bones of a prior with a chalice,
Oh, right.
which was somewhere here.
Mm-hmm.
And then
most of those were over on that side.
Yeah.
But were they quite condensed in terms of
Yes.
the number of burials per
Yeah,
square
I
metre?
think there were about 12 burials, if I remember rightly.
The car park area where they dug had once been the site of the medieval priory's south chancel. Little was known about this, apart from when it was demolished. This enabled the archaeologists to establish a rough date for the burial of the lead coffin.
this was a south chancel, and that south chancel fell down in about 1500. So in fact you would say, okay, this body has to predate 1500.
Right,
so
because you want to bury somebody outside in that
That's
manner.
right. So you
Well, it
could-
wouldn't be outside, it'd be inside a
But,
chancel.
but once the
Yes.
chancel had fallen down.
So you could almost on that bit of paper say age unknown, but pre-1500.
Pre-1500.
He's seen the site as it is today. But to learn exactly what the dig uncovered, Tim visits the University of Leicester. Deirdre O'Sullivan was the lead archaeologist. The original dig plans and drawings are a mine of information.
The other monastic burials were mostly in this area, but we had burials of both phases in this area.
So who excavated St. Bees Mun? Was that you or?
Well, a variety of people
yes,
uncovered the coffin. We had to lift it first, and that was quite a big job because it was very, very heavy. And so it was lifted out of the vault and then taken to a space just off site. And then Malcolm opened it up, and I heard this, and then there was a strange smell that wafted over the faces. Well, the smell wafted over the air, and the faces of people all went. And I remember just looking and just thinking, oh my God. Because when he lifted the coffin lid, or the bit that he'd cut off, there was this body in a shroud. And I had no idea, no expectation at all. Ian McAndrew, who is a local doctor who was standing on the spoil heap with great stamina, filming it all, he made the suggestion that the local morgue in West Cumberland Hospital in Whitehaven might be able to accommodate it.
It was realised that something had to be done to preserve this, but they didn't have any facilities to do so. And it was lucky that I happened to be there that day, because I had contacts in the hospital through professional contacts. So I said, excuse me, I know where there's a big fridge.
It's lucky Ian McAndrew was present that day for another reason. He had with him his Super 8 home movie camera, but he had little idea that this would enable him to capture a unique moment during the excavation.
I don't know, didn't always carry the Super 8 camera with me. So I had some inclination that, or indication that there was a significant find. And I took the camera down with me for that. Must admit that I didn't expect what we did find.
Ian's footage is a priceless record of the moment the heavy lead coffin was lifted from the grave.
This is the other side of that dig area where they found various
there's
monastic burials. Yeah.
I've seen the pictures of the autopsy, but this is, to actually watch an excavation from 1981 is fantastic, but of an excavation that's so important is unbelievable. I can't believe that you or anybody else had the foresight to walk up to that site and start taking a cine film of it.
I think at this stage we probably didn't realise how important it was because we hadn't opened the coffin.
True.
It wasn't until we opened
True.
it that panic started in a way.
So that's
Well,
uncovering
just,
the lead coffin.
Basically uncovering it.
This is as it happened, as it
was.
came out of the ground, or as he came out of the
And
ground.
that's when we opened it. When we opened the lid after being cut open by
That's
the still
unbelievable, isn't it?
Deirdre O'Sullivan and the crowd of villagers look on transfixed as the coffin is opened for the first time in nearly 700 years.
So St B's man is lying there, the lead has been peeled off the top. And you can see him, and you can see the state of the preservation in terms of the lead and the cord. So it's unbelievable, really.
It was now that Ian's suggestion of the big fridge led to the body being sent to a nearby hospital morgue. It was a race against time to preserve the corpse before it began to decompose. But as they found out, hospital red tape couldn't be bypassed.
It was slightly bizarre because, of course, the hospital mortuary technician insisted on going through the normal procedure of admitting a body and asking name, don't know, place of death. Well, we found him in St B's, but we don't know where he died. Age, no idea, but he was found just yesterday, but we think he must be at least 700 years old. And so it went on, trying to fit this in into modern admission techniques, which resulted in a somewhat bizarre conversation at the hospital.
The hospital photographic department had a U-matic video camera, state of the art for 1981. As well as Ian's footage of the coffin opening, there would also now be an audio-visual record of something completely unique. The autopsy of a man, his body miraculously preserved, who had lived and died almost 7 centuries before. Dr. Eddie Tapp performed the post-mortem. Ian McAndrew and Deirdre O'Sullivan were both present. Right from the start, they were all staggered at the degree of preservation they found.
When he was finally exposed and you saw his face, it was really amazement that it was so well preserved. The fact that you could still see the pupils, you could see the iris. There were details that you could see in this body that to find them in something that had been buried for so many years was really quite astounding.
This was the face of a medieval man. His beard and skin were stained by thick pine resin that had been smeared all over the linen shroud. He was about 40 years old. Archaeologists are used to skeletons, but this was something entirely different.
I dug up dozens of skeletons myself, planned and recorded them, and have dug up some more since. At no time have I ever encountered anything like soft tissue, never mind a preserved body, and my expectation would be that such a thing was not within, to put it mildly, the normal run of events of what you'd expect to find in a medieval cemetery.
Deirdre could only look on as the autopsy continued. It seemed the remarkable state of preservation wasn't confined to the body's exterior. This is the moment Ian and the pathologists looked inside the chest cavity.
Look at this, Bill. Bill, just have a look at that. Is that blood?
Liquid red blood, hardly congealed, still visible inside a centuries-old cadaver. An important clue later as to the cause of the man's death.
The liver was sliced in 2 or 3 places, and as we watched, you could see the first slice, second slice, third slice, and the last slice was pink. The slice that had been done first, which was probably, I don't know, maybe a minute or so earlier, was brown. So you could really, as you watched, you could see this slow colour change from going from pink through to brown. And this was the effect of the oxygen in the air, oxidising the tissues.
From the internal organs and intestines, they found no disease or infection. And from the stomach contents, they could discern his last meal, oats and raisins, a kind of porridge. The man had been in good health at the time of death. But it's when they looked at the man's bones that they began to gain a clearer insight into how he might have died.
His jaw was fractured in 2 places, so he had received a blow to his jaw. He'd had these fractured ribs, so he must have received a blow to the chest cavity. So these were the 2 main injuries that he had.
The fractured ribs and the blood found inside the chest cavity were clues as to a probable cause of death.
The fractured ribs he had actually punctured the lung, or the lining of the lung. A pneumothorax, as the condition is called, is likely to be fatal if it's not treated fairly promptly. You can survive it, but it's unlikely. In the case of St. Bees man, he not only had the pneumothorax, but he had also been bleeding into the chest cavity. So he had a hemothorax as well. And this is really what killed him.
Fractured jaw, fractured ribs, a punctured lung. His death had been painful. But how had it happened? There was no obvious indicator as to how the injuries had been caused. Massive blunt force trauma, yet no direct evidence of a weapon, such as a blade or a spear. But there was hardly time to speculate before procedure had to be followed and the body returned to the grave.
It couldn't occupy the morgue in West Cumberland Hospital at the expense of the National Health Service, and we certainly didn't have any facilities in Leicester for that. So it seemed the best thing to do.
With simple ceremony, the man in the lead was reinterred at St. Bees, where he still lies to this day. But who he was remained a mystery. The forensic research was over. The historical just beginning.
Local historian John Todd was driving the history, driven by the question at the mortuary. Name, please.
John Todd set about finding a named individual, important enough to be buried in a prestigious place in the South Chancel. Could he have been a clergyman like the other burials? It seemed unlikely, given that he was buried alongside a woman, and the clergy were forbidden to marry. It seemed he had to be from one of the noble families in England, probably in the mid or late 14th century. But which?
The first choice was a man called John de Harrington, who died, I think, 1298, who was the first option for St. Bees man.
As well as the Harringtons, John Todd also favoured the de Lucy family. Sir Anthony de Lucy was known to have owned lands around St. Bees, and he became the prime candidate.
The problem was the lady. The vault had been extended, and therefore the lady had died after the man. Harrington's wife, in fact, predeceased him, so that was a real problem. But de Lucy, his wife, was known to have died in London, aged 70, so she didn't fit either.
Anthony's wife remarried, and so would not have been buried with him. This led John Todd to think, what if the bones were of another family member? Anthony's daughter died as an infant, but his sister, Maud de Lucy, was one of the richest and most powerful women in the north of England at this time. Her remains weren't reburied with St. Bees man. Now she's known simply as Skeleton SK100. Another important discovery made by local researcher Doug Sim now seemed to back up John Todd's theory. Among the stones at the priory was a fragment of heraldry. It showed the arms of the de Lucys quartered with the Percys, another prominent family. The only time this could have happened was when Maud, heir to the de Lucy fortune, married into the Percys. SK100, it seemed, was Maud. In which case, St. Bees man, it seemed, was Sir Anthony de Lucy. De Lucy was known to have died in 1368, fitting the profile of an important man buried in the South Chancel before 1500. He owned large estates elsewhere, yet St. Bees seemed important to him, perhaps a spiritual home. As a knight, he was no stranger to action. He'd fought the Scots on the English borders, where he might possibly have sustained his last injuries. Yet just then, it seemed the trail would lead no further.
And then, very unfortunately, almost at the same time, John Todd had a heart attack and died very suddenly. It was an enormous loss to to everybody. You know, he was Mr. History.
Chris Robson carried on the research John Todd had begun. He knew there was one problem with confirming once and for all the man in the lead as Anthony. De Lucy was recorded as having died overseas. If this was true, how could he be buried at St. Bees in England?
In the medieval period, you just don't send people home over a long distance from overseas. The impracticalities of it are just immense. Obviously, you would need a huge amount of money, so unless you were a king or a very important person, it just didn't happen. And of course, they didn't have refrigeration units. You couldn't send a body home in deep freeze. They would have to be sent home wrapped in a condition that they would stand at least some chance of arriving home intact.
The body was wrapped in resined linen inside the lead. But it hadn't been deliberately embalmed for preservation like an Egyptian mummy. The intestines were not removed. How could the body have survived weeks or even months on such a long journey home? There were many questions to be answered. A clue lay in something else found by the pathology. At the time, it caused Ian and the others some alarm.
Over the whole of the internal organs, there were sort of little yellow granules. This caused a certain amount of concern because there is a condition called miliary tuberculosis, and it does produce this appearance of little yellow dots all over organs. And of course the concern was, well, if the body has survived this long, what about the bacteria? So it did give us a little bit of worry at the time. It turned out to be crystals of adipocere. This was found out later on.
Adipocere occurs in archaeological bodies when certain conditions combine. Moisture trapped within the resin shroud reacted to a change in temperature, stopping decomposition. It kept St. Bees' man almost in suspended animation, preserved as if his death had only just taken place. It was plausible, after all, that he could be Anthony de Lucy. Chris's curiosity was renewed.
After John's death, I felt there were aspects of the story which were incomplete, and there was a question of tidying up loose ends. And then what happened was the loose ends, instead of being tidied up, unravelled and spread in all sorts of different directions.
John Todd had found that de Lucy may have died on Crusade, but the days of the Palestine Crusades were long gone. By the 14th century, a crusade just meant wherever Christians fought pagans. De Lucy went north to Prussia. Financial records detailed de Lucy's preparations for the crusade, with a party of other English knights, including one named John de Moulton.
John de Moulton and Anthony de Lucy both borrowed money from the same person within a week of each other. It was stated that John de Moulton was going to Prussia. It was not stated where Anthony was going. It was thought they were probably going together. And John Todd thought, well, it's almost probable, but certainly you can't prove it.
It was then that one of the amazing twists that characterised the story happened. Among papers relating to John de Moulton was a letter. And at last Chris found what he'd been looking for.
And then suddenly this letter turns up in Magdalen College, Oxford, written by John de Moulton to his wife in November 1367, saying, "Dear wife, I am going with my friend Anthony de Lucy to Prussia." And you think, wow, where's that been? Suddenly you have written evidence that the two were going.
The letter was a major leap forward. For the first time, there was evidence that de Lucy made a journey abroad in the year before his death, 1367. At Magdalen College, Chris meets with Robin Darwell-Smith. He's come to see for himself the letter, carefully preserved among thousands of other documents.
Welcome to Magdalen's Muniment Room.
Wow.
Well, this is state-of-the-art archival storage circa 1480. I am doing the same job here that my predecessors have been doing for hundreds of years. And this cupboard contains documents about Malton Hall. And we took this out some years ago and flattened it for better conservation. And so here it is. And it's a letter from Sir John de Multon to his wife, written in 1367, just before he's going off on crusade in Prussia.
This is extraordinary. This is almost. I think this is almost the first time that somebody who is associated with St. Bees has actually come in direct contact with the letter, which tells this extraordinary story.
Now it's all in medieval French. I'll try to translate. So, chère compagne, dear companion. I do like that way he talks to his wife. That's rather affectionate and formal manner all at once.
It is in fact very personal, isn't it? Yes.
So, sachez, know that Anthony de Lucy and me and all our company are taking our journey to the parts of Sprus, it says, but that's Prussia.
Prussia, yes.
So that's the important bit. They are on their way to Prussia.
Yes. With, of course, a date.
Yes. The date is down here, given at London. There it is, the Feast of St. Clement. Can you see?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
St. Clement's Day, the 23rd of November. The letter proves Anthony de Lucy was heading for Lithuania. For John de Multon, it was a last goodbye to his wife and a home he would never see again. For Chris also, the letter is tinged with sadness.
Our local historian, John Todd, was searching for this documentary evidence for year after year after year, thinking it must be somewhere. And he's not here to see it.
Oh dear.
Because he died, sadly, some years back. Always thinking, sometime this documentary evidence will turn up. So there's a sort of double sadness.
Yes.
Chris now had the strongest case so far to believe the body in the lead was Sir Anthony de Lucy. Now, as he delved deeper into what was known about the man, he found de Multon and de Lucy and their party would not have been alone when they reached Prussia. They were with the most renowned fighting men in Europe at that time, the Order of the Brothers of the German House of St. Mary in Jerusalem, the Teutonic Knights. For Chris, the story had become even more intriguing.
And I then get in contact with the people the historians, say, I think we've got the possibility of, somebody called Anthony de Lucy who might have joined the Teutonic Knights. And eventually I get hold of Tim Gard, who's written his book, and he says, oh, Anthony de Lucy, I'll look him up in my notes. I thought, wow, you know about this guy. I thought he would say, who?
Chris contacted me with an email asking if there was a connection. He felt there should be a connection explored between what he'd discovered and what was known about the St. Bees man and my work on the Crusades in the 14th century. And at first I was sceptical. I wondered deeply whether this was just a sort of a romantic attachment, but having looked into it and agreed to go and talk to the St. Bees history group, the evidence started to pile up and the connections I felt were strong enough to warrant really serious investigation.
Tim Gard has made a careful study of the accounts of 14th century English noblemen who fought for Christianity. It's given him an insight as to why apparently so many of these knights found it compelling to join the campaigns in the Baltic, in what became known as the Northern Crusades. Since the 1190s, when the Crusades to Palestine and the East began to falter, Christians had taken the fight closer to home, Northern Europe and the Baltic, where paganism still flourished. The Teutonic Knights were the dominant Christian force propagating the Crusades. But by the 1360s, they were overstretched and relied on knights from different Christian countries to bolster their ranks. For chivalric honour, spiritual well-being as they saw it, or simple military experience. Especially for English knights like de Lucy, in times of relative peace closer to home, when there was little prospect of war with France.
For men like de Lucy, who perhaps had not had the chance to fight in the grand campaigns like Crusade and Poitiers, The 1360s are a sort of still time. You're fully aware, you're fully conscious of the reputations that have been built under Edward III and his famous armies, and you're itching for an opportunity yourself.
Sometimes they went off to join the Teutonic Knights almost as a holiday, I think, in the sense that they'd go out there possibly for 6 months simply to join in the fighting. They would come back with the prestige of being a crusader. Some of them went off for spiritual reasons, but some went off for the pride of the family, and in some senses to come back with a ticket saying, of course, I've been a crusader and therefore, in fact, I have less time in purgatory. There's a nice letter from somebody, a French knight, saying in fact he went to join the Teutonic Knights for a particular time because at that time he wrote, "The fighting is good."
Anthony de Lucy, with his background fighting border skirmishes with the Scots, may well have looked forward to his time with the Teutonic Knights with the same relish. He probably arrived in Lithuania by boat, along the Niemen River, sometime in early 1368.
But in fact it was made easy for them to travel. The fighting was in fact in the winter when it was frozen and you could go across marshlands without too much difficulty. You then had a break for Christmas, and then fighting took place in the summer when it was nice and dry, and again you didn't get bogged down because the geography of that area is quite awful.
Heading out into the Lithuanian wilderness on a racer or raid, de Lucy was probably on horseback with other knights, supported by dismounted infantry as they searched for pagans to attack, either soldiers or any civilians unwise enough not to have fled. Pitched battles were very few and far between. Mostly the fighting was in short, vicious skirmishes, or most often, sieges. Sometimes the fights were arranged by the Teutonic Knights for the martial enjoyment of their guests, whose financial support they desperately needed. Most of the time, they did not expect to lose. But as Anthony de Lucy found out, sometimes a crusade did not go according to the divine plan.
I think it's great that after 30 years, Chris can go back into the footsteps of a man who visited Lithuania 700 years ago and see the same sort of places that he saw, get the same sort of feeling about the landscape and what it was like to exist and fight and potentially die there 700 years ago.
More than 3 decades after the man in the lead was uncovered, another St. Bees man now travels to Lithuania. From what historians have pieced together, it's here that de Lucy and the other English knights came, Kaunas, Lithuania. 50 kilometres west of Vilnius, Kaunas Castle guards the confluence of 2 important rivers, the Niemen and the Neris. In the 14th century, this was the front line, strategically important to both sides. And it's here, somewhere, that de Lucy met his fate.
Anthony de Lucy was here in August, possibly September. We think he died in August, and here we are in August. Yeah, the sunshine, the same sunshine, so same sort of birds that we look round, we see the river. We get a feel for him. We can't see his footsteps, but we can sort of think about it. And I think that's absolutely fascinating and also an enormous privilege.
The castle was besieged and changed hands several times during the 1360s, neither side ever being able to fully break the deadlock as the war on the frontier stalemated. The result was attritional warfare, bad enough for the combatants, horrendous for the local population. David Nicol has written many books on medieval warfare. He's travelled to Kaunas with Chris to help understand what de Lucy may have experienced here. The castle is now a museum. From archaeology carried out during the restoration, it's been possible to put together an accurate idea of the scale, detail, and sheer savagery of the fighting. After a month-long siege in spring 1362, the castle here was taken by the Teutonic Knights. Of a garrison of hundreds, all but 3 were killed. But the area was too important for the Lithuanians to give up. And a few years later, they established another castle just 5 kilometers away. New Kaunas Castle was of timber and earth rather than stone and brick. Once more, the Teutonic Knights vowed to attack. From their base on the Niemen River, they launched another siege campaign. Surviving accounts suggest it's this campaign in which de Lucy and the English knights took part, alongside their Teutonic brothers.
What actually happens? What are the rules, as it were?
I don't think there are any rules at all at this stage, certainly not when you're fighting against pagans, because siege warfare was always the most brutal, because there was least possibility of honour. Siege warfare, the equivalent of trench warfare for their period. The closing stages of a medieval siege, if the garrison of the castle does not surrender, are going to be the most brutal and bloody time, because that's when the two sides come hand to hand. If they fight on until the enemy, the attackers, break in, then by the laws of war, and there were no laws as such, but the customs, the accepted code of behaviour, is if you had to actually fight your way in, you didn't have to give quarter. They had sacrificed their right to surrender because they hadn't surrendered before you broke in. They left it too late. It's nasty, it's brutal. There are people with their bones getting broken and limbs cut off. And if the Crusaders, the Teutonic Knights, break in, there is going to be slaughter.
Medieval warfare in all its forms was lethal. There's no way to be sure exactly how de Lucy received his fatal injuries.
So, given the injuries which we know he had, it's a severe blow to the side of the head or to the side of the face, breaks his jaw. He is a high status man, he's going to have a really good helmet. Now, whether he has a visor to protect his face is debatable, because they always had to choose between protection of the face and not being able to see practically anything, or good visibility but you're open to facial injury. He gets a bash to the side of his head. Now, that either he falls over onto something from some height, breaks his ribs, punctures his lung, eventually dies. Now, if he's wearing armour or a coat of plates, that could well prevent a cut, but would not prevent the break, because a coat of plates it's like a modern bullet armour. The plates, the actual armour itself, can still go into you and break your ribs.
All that remains is to make a final pilgrimage. The exact location of New Kaunas is now lost. Chris and David head out to see for themselves the wilderness in which it stood. Somewhere near here was the scene of de Lucy's last fight.
So this would be about as close as we're ever going to get to New Kaunas.
Yes.
And one look back to 1368 and say, well, somewhere here is where he died.
Yes.
But goodness knows where.
What happened that day won't ever be known for sure, but it ended in the deaths of de Lucy and 2 other English knights, and very likely many more on both sides. Chris's research has helped him draw some kind of understanding of a story which he and others have been researching for decades.
When I started trying to understand the de Lucy story, I thought that it was a few strands had to be wrapped up together. And as you wrap up the strands of the story, you realise, in fact, it simply unravels on you. And it keeps on unravelling. So I suspect it will continue to unravel. I don't think we'll ever get to. I always thought there would be at some point a final full stop, and then we'd say finished. But I was told firmly by my wife, history never has a full stop.
More than 30 years after the initial excavation in the 1980s, we can piece all this information together and we can tell the original story about what happened to St Bees man.
Sir Anthony de Lucy, an English knight of the mid-14th century, who'd fought in skirmishes against the Scots, who'd mortgaged land or property to join the Northern Crusades, either for his soul, for the military experience, or simply the honour. But there was little glory in the bitter siege fighting at Kaunas. In a landscape blasted by years of war, he heard he was to take part in an attack on a new pagan fort. From the injuries on his body, he may have been in the thick of the fighting, perhaps eager to break through the defences, be the first over the wall. But the defenders are too strong. They know they'll be slaughtered if they don't hold out. And they're fighting for their country, on home soil. The attack stalls. De Lucy is hit. A heavy blow fractures his jaw. A fall in armour breaks his ribs and punctures his lung. Brother knights or infantrymen drag him away, shielding his body as the fort's defenders rain down arrows to harry the retreat. He's evacuated by boat, back down the Niemen River. Perhaps he makes it, perhaps he dies on the water. He's a foreign knight who sacrificed his life for the cause. The Teutonic knights perhaps intend to bury him with honours, yet his surviving friends or servants honour a pledge or a last request. The body is wrapped in a linen shroud, sealed with resin, then encased in lead. He's then returned home, across the sea, back to the beautiful wild hills of the north of England, where once again he lies to this day. On a lonely mountain, a remote castle, perched between heaven and earth. A forgotten culture, an outlawed faith, purged in flame, erased from history.
Il y a eu des morts, mais il y a eu aussi cette désertion, ces gens qu'on a chassés et qui ont dû laisser leur maison.
The last refuge of the Cathars, the fortress of Montségur. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
The Midi-Pyrenees, the southernmost limit of France. But the unified country as we know it today did not exist in the medieval period. Instead, in the early 13th century, its laws and customs were closer to Roman times than to Paris, the North, or to the rest of Western Europe.
Europe in the 13th century is changing significantly, and medieval France certainly is. It wasn't even a united country at this point. And so the political boundaries are changing, the religious boundaries are changing.
The secluded valleys and mountains of this part of the Midi meant it was naturally separate from the central Massif of France. The region's name even derived from its own distinct language, Occitan. The people of the Languedoc were fiercely independent. Sometime in the 11th century, the remote villages and closed communities had become home to devotees of a new religion, Catharism.
Religion and one's faith are ideologies. They don't exist as an entity, but they can be represented by how you live your life and the marks you make on the land. For example, the different types of churches, or the buildings, or the areas and how you farm, for example.
The Cathars. They were Christians, but they were also dualists, believing in two universal principles: a good God and a bad God, an idea already ancient before Christ. The good God was the God of the spirit, of the eternal world. The bad God represented the material world, where those spirits were imprisoned until their release by death. Men and women were seen as equal. Cathars preached without the trappings and riches of the medieval church. Where they came from isn't known for certain. Perhaps Persia or Byzantium in the east. What is sure is there were a threat, and the medieval Roman Catholic Church knew how to respond when threatened. This was the age of the Crusade. For more than 100 years since the end of the 11th century, there had been campaigns against Muslims in the east and pagans in the north. The next call to arms wouldn't be directed at Saracen hordes or pagan warlords, but against ordinary men and women in the Languedoc.
C'est le Languedoc qui a été touché par cette guerre qu'on peut considérer comme civile, mais c'est pire qu'une guerre civile parce que c'est une croisade. C'est la seule croisade qui a eu lieu en terre chrétienne, qui opposait des chrétiens à d'autres chrétiens, et donc c'est une véritable guerre de religion avant la lettre.
When you consider it as a crusade against your own people, then that must have been traumatic at every level. Because of course, you could have a different doctrine to your family or friends or locals. And of course, it's easy to ostracize somebody locally, just throw them out of the village. But when it becomes a huge area of the south of France, then of course it takes up a national interest.
In 1209, an army largely of northern French was led by Simon de Montfort into the Languedoc, bent on exterminating the heretic Cathars. It became known as the Albigensian Crusade. Castles were sieged, villages sacked. Some Cathars had the chance to recant. Most were burned alive as heretics. At Béziers, the whole town was destroyed, and its entire population of more than 15,000 people massacred, whether they were Cathar or not. The Crusaders then attacked the major city of the region, Carcassonne. It's one of the icons of the medieval age. Though it was heavily restored in the 19th century, it's still one of the most beautiful walled cities in Europe.
As soon as you see it, as soon as you come over a first rise and you see Carcassonne laid out before you, it almost takes your breath away. It's a typical, almost fantasy fortified city. with towers and big gates and walls. And it's magical, it really is a beautiful place.
Carcassonne's fortifications were strong, but the city was packed with refugees fleeing the Crusaders. The terror of massacres like Béziers had a useful effect. Surrounded, and with its water supply cut off, Carcassonne surrendered. The inhabitants, who couldn't all have been Cathars, were forced to walk naked out of the city gates. Carcassonne is a major attraction in France today. Like many other places throughout the Languedoc, it's associated with the Cathars, the fascination for whom brings many visitors each year. And yet, the castles that remain to be seen aren't truly Cathar castles.
The irony is that when we look on top of these mountains and we see these beautiful castles all dotted all around the countryside, what we're seeing is not the Cathars and the Cathar castles, we're seeing the later medieval Crusader castles. These are the people that dominated, subdued the Cathars and wiped them out.
French archaeologists are now researching what remains from the time of the Cathars. Marie-Elise Gardel has led a team at one site for more than 3 decades.
La passion, c'est une passion pour l'homme, pour l'être humain, pour comprendre comment s'est construit tout cet ensemble, comment les gens vivaient à l'intérieur, comment on a petit à petit construit sur le plan économique et social, comment les gens vivaient là, et puis comment tout d'un coup tout s'est arrêté. Tout s'est arrêté à cause d'une guerre, la croisade albigeoise.
But this crusade was like no other. It pitted countrymen, even families, against one another.
Des événements terribles parce qu'effectivement traumatisants. Les gens étaient obligés de se dénoncer entre eux, de dénoncer leur mère, leur père.
Marie-Elise's work is centered on Las Tours, 12 kilometers north of Carcassonne.
Donc j'ai commencé les fouilles il y a 36 ans, ici, et j'ai commencé à fouiller un château, le château qui s'appelle Cabaret, qui est au nord du site, et à partir de là, j'ai pu avoir une chronologie, une datation du château qui a été construit au XIIIe siècle, au milieu du XIIIe siècle, et abandonné à la Révolution. J'ai donc continué les recherches sur les pentes, et sur les pentes, je me suis rendu compte qu'il y avait un habitat féodal du XIIe siècle qu'on appelle un castrum.
The castrum, or fortified village, lay across the access road into the Montagne Noire, important for its iron ore. The defences of Las Tours comprised several independent towers, but like Carcassonne, they no longer date back directly to the Cathars. All were rebuilt after they fell to the Crusaders. Marie-Elise studied not just the towers, but the site as a whole, including discoveries underground.
Il y avait donc tout un village avec 3 tours qui étaient à mi-pente et non pas sur le sommet. Et nous avons aussi antérieurement un habitat en grotte, avec peut-être des grottes fortifiées. Il y a 40 grottes sur ce site. Et donc on sent bien qu'il y a eu une occupation progressive en fait, de la colline.
Fortified caves, perhaps where Cathars held out against the Crusaders.
L'archéologie médiévale est rare en grotte. Généralement, on s'intéresse aux châteaux, à l'habitat, aux abbayes, aux églises, mais la grotte comme objet de recherche pour l'époque médiévale, c'est un sujet qui est quand même assez nouveau.
The finds vary from prehistoric to medieval, in a complex pattern of occupation.
Nous avons trouvé des os, des reliefs de repas, des vertèbres et des côtes, surtout de moutons par exemple. Et on a trouvé également du fer, donc probablement un fragment de fer de trait, donc pointe de flèche. On a trouvé ces 2 tibias, ce sont 2 tibias humains, qui étaient dans une anfractuosité le long de la paroi de la roche, qu'on a enlevé ce matin. Et c'est intéressant parce que d'après nous, soit ce sont des vestiges proto-historiques, soit des vestiges médiévaux, d'une sépulture qui n'était pas dans un cimetière, donc soit une sépulture de relégation, soit une sépulture faite à la hâte pendant un conflit.
Above the ground, in the shadow of Cabaret, Mary Elise's team found the remains of the rest of the castrum, an entire Cathar village, buried after it was destroyed in the Crusade.
Et donc, c'est une seigneurie riche, la seigneurie de Cabaret, qui exploitait tout ce terroir et qui avait implanté ici, au centre du terroir minier, tout un réseau avec des forges, d'autres ateliers certainement, des tailleurs de pierre, des moulins également, avec des meuniers, peut-être un début d'artisanat textile. Et c'est toute cette vie qui a été anéantie, je dirais presque du jour au lendemain, par les conséquences de la croisade contre les Albigeois.
Frederick Lupp worked with Mary Elise on the excavations.
Donc nous savons à peu près avec certitude que ce village médiéval a été occupé durant la période où les Cathars ont vécu ici et a été détruit durant la croisade parce que lorsque nous avons fouillé donc, ces maisons, un certain nombre d'entre elles ont révélé des monnaies médiévales qui ont été précisément datées donc, par les numismates et aucune de ces monnaies n'a été fabriquée après le milieu du XIIIe siècle. Donc on est à peu près certain que dans les couches de destruction donc, qui scellent la démolition des maisons, personne n'est revenu habiter après le milieu du XIIIe siècle. Voilà, c'est de cette manière qu'on est à peu près certain donc, de la datation de la fin de vie de ce village.
The archaeology confirmed the accounts that the Cathar village was wiped out during the Crusade.
Alors pour les gens de l'époque, effectivement c'était une tragédie puisque la guerre est toujours une tragédie. Pour nous archéologues, la tragédie cathare par certains aspects est une chance.
If the village had survived the Crusade, it might still have been occupied today. And centuries of occupation would have destroyed anything left of the medieval archaeology. Instead, Frederick and his team were able to form an understanding of the site, how it was 700 years ago. Access to the village lay across a river by narrow wooden bridges.
Alors on va le voir d'un petit peu plus près. Donc comme vous le voyez, si je vous enlève les branches, ce rocher-là a été taillé volontairement à plat, avec donc une partie ici qui a été laissée en réserve. Alors on s'est posé la question de savoir pourquoi, et en réfléchissant, on a très certainement compris qu'une passerelle en bois, donc un pont de bois, franchissait le ruisseau à ce niveau-là, venait s'appuyer sur la partie aplanie, et que pour éviter justement les risques avec les crues du ruisseau et la montée des eaux, qui emportent ou détruisent quelquefois des ponts, ils ont décidé volontairement de laisser cette partie rocheuse pour retenir le pont en bois et pour ne pas qu'il soit emporté par l'eau. Voilà. Donc c'est ce qui nous fait dire que l'accès d'origine en fait, de cette partie du village se situait au niveau de ce rocher. Et le mur que vous avez derrière au second plan, qui est un mur en pierre sèche, qui n'est pas de mortier, ce n'est pas un mur du Moyen-Âge, il a été construit à l'époque moderne ou contemporaine. Et donc on suppose que l'accès au village montait en fait par cette terrasse là, hein, et ensuite se perd sous la végétation puisque cette zone-là n'a pas été fouillée. Donc ici, on se trouve donc dans la partie nord du village médiéval de Cabaret. Donc cet espace a été fouillé dans les années 1990 et on suppose donc ici on avait une cour, c'est-à-dire un espace ouvert, puisqu'on a retrouvé donc des zones de dépotoir, c'est-à-dire des endroits où les gens jetaient donc leurs déchets, puisqu'au Moyen-Âge on n'avait pas véritablement de poubelles, contrairement à ces deux espaces de part et d'autre qui ont été interprétés comme des maisons.
There were also clues about how the village met its end. It was neither destroyed during fighting, nor put to the torch like Béziers.
Dans une maison, on a retrouvé un chandelier en bronze, qui est un objet très rare, qui est très finement travaillé et ouvragé. On n'en a retrouvé qu'un seul, c'est un objet certainement très cher qu'on ne laisserait pas chez soi si on pouvait partir tranquillement. Donc il y a autant d'indices qui nous font penser que les gens ici ont été chassés. Alors ils n'ont pas été tués sur place, les maisons n'ont pas été incendiées, on n'a pas mis le feu, puisqu'on n'a retrouvé aucune trace d'incendie dans ces maisons, on les a cassées méthodiquement à la main. Certainement ça a pris plusieurs mois, peut-être plusieurs années. Et donc les gens ont été déplacés, on ne sait pas où, puisque les textes ne nous disent pas clairement où on a amené ces gens. A priori, ils n'ont pas été tués sur place et les maisons n'ont pas été incendiées. Mais on a vraiment beaucoup d'indices qui nous laissent penser à un départ très rapide et précipité pour que le village soit détruit.
This was clinical, premeditated, depopulation. Yet for all the differences between Cathar and Catholic in ideology, Marie-Elise found that after 7 centuries in the ground, there's little to separate them in archaeology.
L'archéologie cathare n'existe pas. On n'a pas pu, à travers l'archéologie, détecter de différence entre les Cathars et les autres, entre les hérétiques et ceux qui pratiquaient la religion orthodoxe. Donc on n'a pas de différence visible. Quand nous fouillons le cimetière qui se trouve au sud du site, donc un peu en marge du village, on voit effectivement des sépultures qui sont orientées vers l'est, à nos yeux, séparer les Cathars des autres.
But for Cathars who were caught by the Crusaders and who refused to return to Roman Catholicism, there were no burials, only ashes. For more than 30 years, the Crusade ebbed and flowed. One by one, the remote fortresses of the Languedoc fell. By 1243, only one significant Cathar refuge still remained. 80 kilometres southwest of Carcassonne, atop a limestone precipice over 1,000 metres high, was Montségur. Few places from the medieval world are in their physical location as evocative and spectacular, or in the imagination, so much the subject of legend and folklore. The Knights Templar, the Holy Grail, lost treasures.
There are so many myths about Montségur, and one of the problems we have as archaeologists is to separate the fact from the fiction. We need to be really scientific. We've got to be very, very disciplined and find out what the real evidence is, because there is so much other material that's been superimposed upon these stories.
Alors la première fois que j'ai entendu parler de Montségur, je ne l'ai pas entendu, je l'ai vu. Et bizarrement, c'était à Paris. J'ai pris le métro et je me souviens que dans le métro de Paris, il y avait un très très grand poster de Montségur. En fait, c'est une affiche publicitaire pour que les Parisiens découvrent l'Ariège. Et il y avait ce château en photo. Et c'est vrai que je me souviens dans le métro de Paris, j'ai eu cette espèce de coup de cœur, comme un peu quand on voit une jolie fille, et je me suis dit un jour je veux aller là. Et je devais avoir l'âge de 12-13 ans à ce moment-là. Et 3 ans après, eh bien en effet, mon rêve se réalisait, je venais faire des fouilles à Montségur.
Fabrice Chambon began his career in archaeology at Montségur at the age of 16. For more than 15 years, he's guided visitors here as a custodian and cultural attaché.
Alors la première fois que j'ai vu vraiment Montségur, d'abord j'ai eu le choc de la réalité des lieux, cette montagne comme ça qui se détache sur l'horizon avec ce château par-dessus. C'est vrai que pour moi ça a été quelque chose de vraiment magique. Le village de Montségur, il est particulier parce qu'il a été construit de 1204, il sera abandonné en 1244. C'est-à-dire qu'à Montségur, à l'emplacement de ce village, il n'y avait pas de village avant l'arrivée des Cathars. Et il n'y en aura plus après. Et c'est ce qui fait l'intérêt de cette montagne, pour les archéologues, c'est que quand on fouille ces maisons, on a 40 ans d'occupation. Rien avant et plus rien après. Donc on a une occupation chronologique qui est très resserrée à Montségur, et cette occupation chronologique correspond à la période cathare.
Like elsewhere, The Montségur we see today appears as it was rebuilt by the Crusaders and later French kings. In the Cathar period, it looked completely different. The chateau itself was smaller, and all around the peak, defended by successive walls and towers, was a network of many houses and streets, a castrum where the Cathars lived.
Et donc on voit bien qu'à l'époque cathare, le village de Montségur, il y a quand même une certaine hiérarchie. On a beau avoir un village de réfugiés, d'exilés, on a quand même des maisons cossues pour les plus importants et des maisons beaucoup plus petites pour les plus humbles. Et d'ailleurs, quand on fouille le village de Montségur, on voit bien que ces maisons s'articulent entre elles par des ruelles, par des passages, et que plus on s'éloigne, et d'ailleurs du sommet de la montagne, et plus on a des petites maisons, comme si les nobles ou les gens les plus fortunés occupaient le sommet et qu'ensuite les plus humbles s'étaient étalés autour.
The Crusaders began the siege here in May 1243. Traces still remain from the months of fighting that followed.
Donc c'est vrai que Montségur, c'est très curieux de se rendre compte qu'on marche encore sur un champ de bataille du XIIIe siècle. Quand il pleut, parfois, eh bien on a la chance, encore aujourd'hui, de trouver parfois un fer de trait, une pointe de flèche. La montagne, encore aujourd'hui, des siècles après, conserve encore les témoignages de ces combats extrêmement vigoureux. Ça, c'est unique.
In the 1960s, cavers on the south side of Montségur found 2 human skeletons. To date, they're the only bodies ever found here.
Ici, nous sommes devant les 2 sépultures qui ont été trouvées sur le POC de Montségur. En fait, ces sépultures humaines donc, ont été trouvées par des spéléologues dans les années 1960. Au fond d'une grotte de plus de 20 mètres de profondeur, on a retrouvé ces restes d'un homme et d'une femme âgés d'une trentaine à quarantaine d'années. Et ces 2 sépultures ont été trouvées dans cette position-là. Ce qui sous-entend que ce sont véritablement un homme et une femme qui ont été déposés par leurs congénères au fond de cette grotte. Alors, ils sont morts de mort violente, puisqu'on a retrouvé dans leurs entrailles les traces de pointes de flèches, des pointes de flèches que l'on date du milieu du XIIIe siècle, donc de l'époque du siège de 1242, 1243, 44. Et donc, finalement, ce sont les témoignages humains des combats de Montségur.
The man and woman were both killed at some point during the siege, deliberately placed deep in the cave. It was their discovery that inspired one archaeologist to come to this remote site in the Languedoc. But André Český had little idea that he would spend his entire career researching Montségur. He carried out the first dig in 1973 and has returned almost every year since. It's his work exclusively that gives us what we know of the Cathars and how they lived here.
En tant qu'archéologue, en tant que chercheur, moi je pense que tout ce que l'on trouve, c'est intéressant. Je n'ai pas de préférence particulière. Aussi bien un clou qu'un tesson de peau, qu'une pièce de monnaie, pour moi, ça a la même valeur archéologique.
Everywhere, he found evidence of the fighting that had brought about the fall of the fortress.
Il y a eu des morts, il y a eu du sang partout. Bon, ces traces de combat, c'est quelque chose d'émouvant aussi. Aussi des fragments de côtes de mailles. Voilà, ça on en a retrouvé aussi. Et aussi des petites écailles, c'est-à-dire des petits carrés en fer qui étaient cousus sur un vêtement de guerre. Nous avons retrouvé beaucoup de carreaux d'arbalète, c'est-à-dire le fer qui était emmanché au bout de la hampe du trait. Le trait, c'est le projectile qui était lancé par la balette ou par l'arc. Donc nous avons retrouvé beaucoup, plus près de plus de 300, 300, partout aussi éparpillés sur la montagne. Mais dans tous les gisements de fouilles, nous avons retrouvé de ces carreaux d'arbalète, que l'on appelle, dans le jargon archéologique, on appelle ça des fers de trait. Le trait, donc, c'est le projectile qui était lancé par arbalète. Nous en avons retrouvé beaucoup. Nous avons retrouvé aussi des témoignages de la vie militaire. Nous avons retrouvé quelques fragments de couteaux d'armes, c'est-à-dire des gros coutelas, un pommeau d'épée aussi. Également, nous avons retrouvé des gardes d'épée. Voilà, donc ça, ce sont des témoignages de la vie militaire.
The most striking signs of combat related to the terrible artillery duel fought between attackers and defenders. Scattered up and down the steep slopes were many massive stone projectiles, or boulets.
Lorsque nous trouvions des boulets sur la montagne, nous en avons fait le recensement. Tous ces boulets ont été numérotés, pesés, ils ont été photographiés, décrits. Donc il y a eu vraiment des boulets qui étaient beaucoup plus, beaucoup plus beaux, si on veut, beaucoup plus caractéristiques les uns que les autres.
Andre's team recovered nearly 250 of these stones. They would have been hurled from the arms of wooden siege engines.
Lorsque nous avons fait nos prospections sur la pente est de la montagne, c'est-à-dire la grande pente qui va vers l'est et qui est très boisée, nous avons retrouvé énormément de boulets qui sont disséminés sur la montagne.
The larger stones, thrown by trebuchet siege engines, were used by the Crusader attackers, whose main aim was to destroy the walls, defences, or other buildings. Smaller projectiles were probably from the defenders' war engines. Known as Perrier, they would have thrown nets of these smaller stones, like grape shot from a cannon, aimed down from the defences at Crusader personnel.
Le boulet il tombe, mais ensuite il est revenu. Et durant le 19e siècle et même au début du 20e siècle, il y a eu des personnes, nous le savons par certains textes, il y a eu des personnes qui se sont promenées sur la montagne et certains donc se sont amusés à faire rouler les boulets, d'autres au début du 20e siècle à les réunir pour faire des photos.
Recovering the larger stones from where they lay was a difficult prospect, until help appeared in the form of 11e Brigade parachutistes, French Army paratroopers.
Heureusement, lors d'une promenade un dimanche matin, j'étais monté là-haut sur le site. Bon, je me promenais, je profitais du lever du soleil et j'ai rencontré un sergent parachutiste, un adjudant parachutiste, pardon, avec lequel j'ai tenu conversation. On a parlé de choses et d'autres. On a parlé bien sûr des combats qui se sont déroulés sur la montagne. Et je lui fais part de notre difficulté à essayer de ramener ce gros boulet qui faisait 96-97 kilos. Et lui m'a proposé, bien aimablement, il m'a proposé donc les services d'une douzaine de soldats du premier régiment de chasseurs parachutistes de Pamiers. En même temps, ça leur faisait évidemment un entraînement sportif voilà, pour ces soldats. Donc nous avons pris rendez-vous, on s'est parlé longuement au téléphone. Et un mercredi, donc, ils sont venus, après avoir pris rendez-vous, ils sont venus, ils ont stationné au parking, ils sont venus à 12 et ils nous ont aidés à ramener ce gros boulet. Voilà. Donc ici, vous voyez donc, le boulet qu'ils ont mis sur un brancard. Donc il y avait à peu près 6 hommes devant, 6 hommes derrière, et sans s'arrêter, ils ont continuellement ramené, ils ont continuellement monté, sans s'arrêter une seule fois, comme une sorte de chenille. 2 étaient devant, 2 passaient derrière, au fur et à mesure, comme ça. Et ils ont ramené ce boulet. On a fait une petite halte à l'intérieur de l'enceinte du château. Voilà, on a pris une bonne bière pour fêter un peu l'événement. Et ensuite, nous l'avons ramené au musée de Montségur.
From the distribution of the stones, André believes they're the remains of the final stage in the siege, when the Crusaders had worked their way close enough to shoot over the defences at the Cathar houses directly.
En mars 1244, ou vers la fin février 244, nous savons que les croisés donc, avaient monté des machines de guerre pour bombarder le village cathare.
By then, it was only a matter of time. The Cathars couldn't hold on against such firepower.
Mais je pense que oui, enfin, l'histoire des Cathars illustre parfaitement l'intolérance qui a toujours régné et qui régnera encore. Hein, on le voit encore de nos jours. Et malheureusement, pour essayer de vaincre cette intolérance, on est obligé encore de se battre, quoi. Et ça, c'est pas normal. Il faut accepter les différences de l'autre, même si ça ne fait pas toujours plaisir, mais tant que ça ne nous fait pas du mal, eh bien, on accepte les différences des autres. Voilà. Et Montségur illustre parfaitement le pouvoir d'un État intolérant.
Digital artist Tristan de Bergerot grew up fascinated by the painstaking archaeology done at Montségur by André and others. He was possessed with a desire to create the fortress and its castrum in 3 dimensions. As a child, he built models of Montségur. Now he's built it in the digital realm.
Alors en fait, l'envie de modéliser, justement, de refaire le Montségur des Cathars, bien me vient tout simplement de mon enfance où, lorsque j'étais petit, en fait, j'avais commencé par recréer le siège avec les mobiles. J'avais essayé de refaire le château comme il était, j'avais essayé de placer les soldats un peu en situation de siège. Et c'est vrai que cette idée de refaire Montségur m'a toujours hanté durant toute mon enfance et mon adolescence. Et lorsque j'ai pu avoir la possibilité de découvrir bien plus sur Montségur et cette histoire, eh bien je me suis lancé justement dans l'informatique et c'est là que j'ai en quelque sorte concrétisé mon rêve d'enfant.
As he grew older, Tristan studied the historical accounts along with the emerging reports of André's archaeology.
Alors il est évident que pour construire tout cela en 3 dimensions, c'était un travail de recherche avant tout. Alors on a plusieurs choses qui nous permettent de comprendre comment était la vie là-haut. Ce sont des textes, les témoignages des survivants qui nous racontent tout ce qui s'est passé pendant 40 ans. On a aussi l'archéologie.
Tristan taught himself how to use 3D software to recreate not only the fortifications and buildings, but also to create a flavour of how the place must have felt, perched high above the mountains of the Midi.
En quelque sorte, le travail que j'ai fait, pour moi, me permet, et pour d'autres aussi, c'est comme une machine à remonter le temps. Ce qui est intéressant avec le travail justement de numérisation en 3 dimensions, c'est le fait qu'on avait des données archéologiques déjà pour travailler dessus, mais quand on est dans l'archéologie, on parle, on s'imagine. Et après, le simple fait de le faire sur un écran, fait d'un coup comprendre plus facilement ce qui peut marcher ou ne pas marcher. Et surtout, on peut enfin mettre une image sur ce que l'on a toujours recherché toute sa vie ou ce que l'on a toujours tenté de comprendre. Alors en fait, le processus pour pouvoir passer du plan à l'archéologie en 3 dimensions, eh bien, il faut d'abord utiliser les relevés qui ont été faits. On a les emplacements de murs, des maisons, les escaliers, etc. Et puis ensuite, il faut les placer sur la montagne qui a été complètement modélisée.
et donc en suivant l'aspect bien entendu topographique. Et puis on y place les maisons. Alors forcément on a fait aussi des recherches sur comment étaient les maisons à cette époque-là, mais aussi il fallait rechercher aussi à comment était le climat à cette époque-là. Est-ce que à cette époque-là il faisait bien plus chaud qu'aujourd'hui? Est-ce qu'il y avait bien plus ou moins de neige qu'aujourd'hui? Est-ce qu'il y avait plus ou moins de forêt? Voilà, c'était plein de paramètres à comprendre pour pouvoir faire quelque chose d'assez crédible.
As well as the buildings and terrain, Tristan also tries to reflect the breathtaking natural beauty of Montségur.
Ce qui fait qu'un jour j'ai voulu recréer une scène comme celle-ci, c'est parce que j'ai assisté à une mer de nuages du haut du château un jour, et c'est à peu près les mêmes conditions climatiques, les mêmes conditions de lumière. Et j'avais tellement été époustouflé de voir cette beauté du paysage et cette lumière qui inondait les nuages, d'être complètement isolé, perdu en haut entre ciel et terre, que j'ai voulu un jour le recréer en 3 dimensions, mais surtout le recréer à l'époque des Cathars, non pas moi, le château que j'ai vu.
Recreating the world of the Cathars has led him to consider the story of the individuals who lived through those troubled times.
Pour moi, le sacrifice qu'ont fait les Cathars, il ne faut surtout pas le comparer, par exemple, aux kamikazes d'aujourd'hui. On est loin de là, puisque les Cathars, lorsqu'ils se jettent dans le feu, eh bien, ils ne tuent qu'eux-mêmes, ils n'emportent personne avec eux. Voilà. Et cette foi inébranlable qui fait qu'ils vont faire le saut dans le feu, c'est en quelque sorte, je dirais, une affaire pas que religieuse, une affaire à la fois spirituelle, philosophique, mais aussi c'est un choix que l'on fait, soit on choisit de partir, de monter au ciel rapidement. Ce qui est intéressant chez les Cathars, eh bien, surtout ce qui m'a beaucoup appris, ce qui m'a marqué chez les Cathars, eh bien, c'est cette volonté de vouloir vivre dans un monde qui en fait n'est pas le leur. C'est-à-dire nous sommes en enfer ici. Et comme nous sommes en enfer, eh bien on doit vivre avec ça et attendre le moment de notre mort, où après une longue vie passée à essayer de purifier en quelque sorte son âme, du moins de l'alléger de nos péchés, eh bien on peut ensuite partir, quitter la terre et laisser ce monde qui est l'enfer. C'est vrai que lorsqu'on est là-haut, l'on assiste à un lever de soleil, un coucher de soleil ou une mer de nuages, eh bien, on a l'impression d'être déconnecté en quelque sorte du monde. On a l'impression d'être perdu quelque part entre la terre et le ciel. Peut-être c'est ça que les Cathars ont peut-être recherché là-haut, en quelque sorte, essayer de se rapprocher un peu de Dieu. Mais il y a quelque chose de plus fort encore, je dirais, que l'aspect religieux là-haut. Il y a quelque chose de l'ordre du philosophique, du métaphysique, quelque chose d'insondable en quelque sorte, où chacun met les mots qu'il veut, met les expressions, les émotions qu'il veut, mais toutes les personnes qui montent là-haut vous diront qu'il s'est passé quelque chose de spécial en eux.
After almost a year under siege, Montségur finally surrendered. Non-Cathars were allowed to go free. The Cathars were offered the chance to recant, but none did. On March the 16th, 1244, they descended the mountain. Some of the non-Cathar soldiers who defended them now went with them to the end. No stakes were required. More than 200 men and women gave themselves willingly to the flames.
Ce qui est intéressant avec le catharisme, c'est qu'au final, c'est grâce aux vainqueurs, aux inquisiteurs, que l'on sait tout ce qui s'est passé. Car c'est eux qui ont retranscrit eh bien, tout ce que les survivants ont pu dire. S'ils n'avaient jamais rien retranscrit, les Cathars ne laissant rien comme trace physique, eh bien, nous n'aurions jamais rien su d'eux.
L'histoire de Montségur. C'est une histoire aussi d'une intolérance. Malheureusement, c'est une intolérance. Les personnes qui vivaient là-haut, c'était sûrement les vrais chrétiens, ils se passaient pour être des vrais chrétiens. Et ils ont été pourchassés, ils ont été anéantis, hein, parce qu'après le siège de Montségur, ça a été la fin de la religion cathare. Donc pour moi, c'est une histoire, une navrante, triste histoire de l'intolérance. Et puis aussi, c'est une histoire d'une mainmise sur le sud par le nord. Donc c'est une colonisation, hein, en quelque sorte. Voilà. Et au point de vue archéologique, comme je l'ai dit, donc c'est un des plus riches gisements archéologiques, mais l'histoire mérite d'être racontée quand même. Voilà. C'est une histoire qui est restée très longtemps trouble, qui était un petit peu pas découverte, cachée. Et maintenant, il faut la faire connaître.
It's difficult to imagine in the medieval period, especially in this part of France in the medieval period, people who are prepared to die for their beliefs. And of course we're talking about people who would willingly walk into a fire rather than give up those beliefs.
Les Cathars eux-mêmes n'avaient pas pour vocation de vouloir laisser un témoignage éternel sur Terre, puisqu'ils voulaient la quitter avant tout.